Oh, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Thursday, June 29th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App $ORIONNWSF or the YouTube Super Chat right here. So we got MLB action tonight, but we do have a rain delay, and there was a drainage issue there in the dugout for the Rockies. Lots of hail and rain that kind of came through. So it's still in a weather delay, but I figured I'd go live now because, I mean, they could literally get started within the next 5 to 10 minutes, or it could be like 20 minutes. So at least that way I can go through the lineups and kind of show you guys what we're working with here. I'm always trying to subtly just improve the channel little by little and kind of give you a little bit of my flavor and my personality, with the backgrounds and whatnot. And, we did 87 tops, and I figured we'd even go older. And I like the old school baseball look. Everything looks streamlined. We got the scoreboard at the top. I know when we zoom obviously out and go through more of the stats, I may be a little too small for some people. So I get it. So we'll probably end up using a format like this. So that way I'm not full screen. We got some cool, baseball cards or football cards for the border. We'll have a scoreboard. And then if we need to bounce around from some different camera angles, like if we want to look at stats instead of me, boom, we can do that. Or if we really want to, go through and take a look at everything as it's going, with the pitchers and obviously, in the box and, where they're going in the strike zone and whatnot. But I feel this one I feel is the winner. After going through, I have a few more angles that I'm going to be adding as we, get closer to football season. But sometimes you got to find that right balance of not having the screen too big, making sure that you have things that you want, like a ticker or a scoreboard, and obviously a nice background. And I was using the stadium, like the stadium background that I'm in on the outside, but just like the right side and the left side, it didn't look clean. So I had to look and kind of come up with some ideas. But I think we found ourselves a little bit of a winner here. Let's go. And I don't know when we're going to get started. I have been watching, the Dodger broadcast and everything else. So they did start letting people in, but they are still at a delay at this point. So it was supposed to start at 5:40. And that's the time I was going to go live, but there hasn't been any other updates. So I figured I'd wait. I started to go online, and then it errored out, and then it wasn't showing me anyone that was in the room or any of the comments. So we are good to go now. I hope you guys enjoy the work that's been put in, and let's go over some of the starting lineups, even though we may have another 10 to 20 minutes before we actually get started with first pitch. But let's get into the starting lineups for the Dodgers and the Rockies. And I got the Cardinal game on right now against the Astros on MLB Network as we're just waiting. All right, leading off for the Dodgers, shortstop Mookie Betts. And you are going to the All-Star game with Freddie Freeman and J.D. Martinez. 3 starters out of the Dodgers. Batting second, first baseman, All-Star Freddie Freeman. Batting third, Mad Max Muncy. Batting fourth, starting for the Dodgers, DH J.D. Martinez, All-Star. Batting fifth, left fielder David Peralta. Batting sixth, right fielder Jason Hayward. Batting seventh, second baseman Miguel Vargas. Batting eighth, center fielder James Outman. And batting ninth, catcher Austin Barnes. And on the mound, the newbie, Emmett Sheehan. It's kind of a cool photo. And I saw that one, and then I was like, ooh, he got a little bit of swag, a little bit of a crazy delivery. We'll see what ends up happening tonight. Hopefully we get this game started with this rain delay, but they just have to make sure the conditions are perfect. I like it. It's the first time I've done a game with him pitching, so I'm kind of excited to see what he will bring to the table. All right, baby, let's go with the Rockies. All right, leading off for Colorado, left fielder Jurickson, throw it far, hit it far, Profar. Batting second, shortstop, Ezekiel Tova. Batting third, third baseman, Ryan McMahon. Batting cleanup and batting fourth, catcher, Elias Diaz. Batting fifth, DHing for Colorado, C.J. Cron. Batting sixth, right fielder, Nolan Jones. Batting seventh, center fielder, Randall Grichuk. Batting eighth, first baseman, Alejandro Montero. And batting ninth, second baseman, Harold Castro. And on the mound for Colorado, Chase Anderson. All right, let's go. So we'll see when we're going to get going, but I figured I'd hop on and kind of get things situated so I could do the lineups. Astros 9, Cardinals 0. I'm sorry, Sarah. Tough. Tommy's in the building. What's good? But I'm ready to go, and this is the last game of the night, based off the schedule. So I was looking at, okay, Mariners don't have a game. What's it? I normally lean to the Dodgers for my dad if we're not going this particular route. So, and on MLB Network, they usually will shift over to the Dodgers since I'm on the West Coast, but this game started before and then there was a rain delay. So hopefully we'll end up getting started here. I do have the Dodger broadcast. So as soon as things, get going because I did see that they were letting people in about 10 to 15 minutes ago. So the hail came down, the rain came down, then they had a fucking flood in the Rockies dugout. So they had to get that fixed and everything, situated. And now it's just kind of making sure everything is good to go. And I'm continuously kind of doing the updates in here. But again, we'll probably get started in probably 10 or 20 minutes. So we'll wait for people to kind of cycle in and we'll get going. But I hope everyone is having a fantastic day and hope you enjoy the look. Like I said, this is the first debut of kind of the look that we're going to be going for, moving forward for maybe baseball and basketball, football, whatever it may be. And everything looks streamlined. Everything looks good. And now we just got to make sure we get this Dodger game going. And hopefully it goes a little bit better than this Astro game. Now we're going to the bottom of the seventh for the Cardinals. All right, take a look at some of the scores that we have, obviously, today. Pull everything up. All right, so the scoreboard today. So in the bottom of the 8th, we got the Blue Jays 2, Giants 0. Middle of the 7th, we got the Brew Crew, the Brewers 3, the Mets 2. Mets probably are the biggest disappointment as far as talent, where we thought they would be much better than they are. Season's not over, but 36-44. I don't think anyone anticipated that. Astros 9, Cardinals 0. That's what's on MLB Network right now. And Sarah's Cardinals, I know that's tough. Sometimes you play really, really good, and sometimes not very good at all. Play crappy, shitty, horrible, just like the Padres and Elliott and my Mariners as well. It's been a rough year for the three of us. And we got in the bottom of the 5th, we got the Phillies 3, the Cubs 1. Dodgers, Rockies, the game here that we're doing. Obviously, we got a rain delay, and I'm going to get going as soon as they let me know. I was talking to Elliott this morning while he was on the train, and the Padres were up 4-0. And then what happens? They lose 5-4. That's rough. I want to say that I'm not surprised. Padre pitching is starting to get pretty good, but their hitting is absolutely atrocious. And the same thing kind of goes for the Cardinals and the Mariners. All our teams have talent, but we're just not stepping up to the plate per se. Tigers 8, Rangers 5 final. Royals 4, Guardians 3 and 10. Yankees 10, Athletics 4. What a crazy, when we ended the stream last night, I messaged you, Sarah, and then we had the no-hitter, perfect game. And it's crazy when I went and I looked at the stats from the last 10 perfect games. We had like Felix Hernandez was the last one. It was in fucking 2012. And if you actually go back and look, Some of them happen 2 or 3 in a year, and we could have also had another one last night, I believe, with was it the Tigers? And then they ended up throwing it to first, and they called it safe, but we could have had 2 in one night. But that's pretty crazy, that you can go for like 10 or 11 years without a perfect game and then almost have 2 on the same night or have 2 possibly in the same year. And the wildest thing of it all is he's the only pitcher to give up 10 runs against the Mariners the previous start and then go for a perfect game. Go figure. Baseball is weird. What are the chances of a guy giving up 10 runs, to the Mariners or any team, and then the next start is the perfect game, first one in 11 years out of anybody? But that is baseball for you. That's why we love it, right? Rays 6, Diamondbacks 1. The Diamondbacks got their feelings hurt a little bit, even though they're an up-and-coming team. But the Rays obviously are a powerhouse. And then we got White Sox 9, Angels 7 final, and then Marlins 2, Red Sox 0. So, again, we are in a rain delay, but I wanted to hop on. The game was supposed to start at 5:40. They haven't really given us a whole lot of additional information on this right now. But I'm waiting. And like I said, I figured I'd hop on and hang out with you guys a little bit so that way I could do the starting lineup and then kind of go from there. So, and I'm going to refresh everything just to make sure that I'm not missing anything. All right, let's see here. Are we going live now? I'm going to refresh everything because I got to update. But I don't think it's should still be a rain delay, but let me just double check. I'm pretty sure we're going to have to wait a little bit. All right, so it doesn't have me. It's still doing the Dodger broadcast. Still waiting to see when it's going to get going. But again, I already prepped for everything, so here I am. Sarah's in the building. What's good? How are you? Yeah, I'm watching right now, 9-0. And that's bad when it seems like that happens often. It's one thing to lose, but no one likes to lose by like big numbers. Like the last thing that you want to see, is 7-0 or 8 or 9 or 10 or 9-1. It definitely does get a little bit depressing. But again, when the team isn't good, that's what you have to expect. It's not like all of a sudden, you've been shitty for the whole year and you're going to turn it around and go to the playoffs. Like I think we're, all looking Cardinals, Mariners, Padres, where we were really good last year, but we're really not this year, unfortunately. So, that's not happening. I don't even think you need Max, honestly. The Rangers and the Rays are good enough to make it to the World Series. You just got to make sure the Orioles don't, end up not being a sleeper team and beat you, or if the Yankees and Judge or Yordan Alvarez and Houston get hot and then they end up making it. But all in all, even if the Rangers or the Rays ended up making it, would they be able to beat the Braves in a 7-game series? Probably not. I would assume that the Braves, it's kind of their World Series to lose, unless they have some injuries to Acuna or Strider, but it kind of looks like they might be the team. Not saying that the Rangers or Rays couldn't win it if they got there, but the Braves have had a little bit more continuity and chemistry, and they've been a little bit more dominant in the last few years, and they kind of feel like the Dodgers from a couple years ago when the Dodgers had like a 3-year set where it seemed like they could win the World Series any of those 3 years. And I feel like the Braves are kind of in that mode now where they should be the favorite every year to win, even though they may not. So let's get to 100 and donos. Let's do it. Grim in the building. What's good? Oh, yeah? Yeah, I've gone to a couple games, this season to a 2-game set against the Cardinals. Didn't get any pieces of memorabilia, but again, sometimes it's like I'll feel like something's going to happen, but I didn't really have that feeling, and there wasn't really any opportunities for me. I think we were sitting too close, honestly, but there really wasn't a whole lot in our area where we were sitting. So that's how I'm going to be the one that chooses what's available for tickets. But again, sometimes if you want to get memorabilia, instead of being within the first like 5 to 10 rows, sometimes being like 15 to 20 is a little bit better. I don't know why, just the trajectory, I guess. Yeah. I mean, but you have to think that if there's gonna be perfect games or no hitters, where are they gonna come from? Probably against the Royals, probably against the Nats, or against the A's. I mean, you would assume that if you're gonna get one, unless you just get hot against a decent team and then that pitcher is just wheeling and dealing. You know what I mean? Oh, tornado watch. Is it? Okay. Well, I mean, on here they, pretty much it was just saying that it was going to be a rain delay. I saw the hail and I saw the flooding in the dugout, and then they got that fixed. They started letting people back in, so I hope that they end up getting the game started sometime between now and 7 o'clock. Because I was hoping to end up doing it. So plus, I wanted to be able to debut the new look and kind of go over everything. I'm trying to grind it out every day, so. And then we'll see what we got going on. Tomorrow will be the Rays and the Mariners, and McClanahan's pitching, so we're gonna probably lose by 1 billion tomorrow. But I'll do that. And then Saturday we got WWE pay-per-view in London. I'll do that. And then on Sunday we'll do either NASCAR or baseball at that point. So I'm always willing to try to do other things like NASCAR, like freestyle streams. But if we just don't get enough people to come through, I'm just not going to do them. I'm just going to do what works for us, which seems like just doing games every stream. If we can end up improving those numbers on the freestyle streams, I'll do them again. But we just, we have to get way more people to make it worthwhile. So. Forbidden. I figured it was you, or I had one or two ideas of who I thought it might be. So, how are you doing, man? You like it, man? I've been really putting in a lot of work. I'm always trying to improve things for the fans, and I didn't want to. It's like I got the ticker right, and then it's like I need to incorporate either my custom scoreboard or like an MLB, ESPN, something. When I do the games. So I was like, okay, and then I got to figure out a background that looks clean, where everything looks streamlined, and so I've kind of got it to a point where you can see things where I'll be, we can have it like regular, right? And then if we want to get into some stats, right? Then we can go boom right here, right? And then the traditional look, so I'm zoomed out a little bit, plenty of room to see what the scores are going on and everything above. And then if we really want to get crazy, right, then we can go like this, and so I look like an ad. And then boom, then we get everything. We get strike zone, percentages of who's going to win, any other additional information. I know for some people, it might be a little tight on the eyes because everything is a little bit smaller and whatnot, depending if you're watching from a phone or, watching from a computer, tablet or whatnot. So I'm thinking that I mean, I've been experimenting and making these different things and customizing things. And, yeah, I'm always trying to improve everything. And I think a lot of the NFL fans and college football fans that haven't been here since last football season, when they come through, I think they're going to be pleasantly surprised on what the channel looked like before. And, if you go back, even a couple weeks, a couple months, I'm always going to be grinding and looking to, try to improve. So we got that one. And then also, just to give you a little preview here. So when I do other games, or depending if it's night or day, right, then we can also flip it to 87 tops. So we can go, I'm going to find stuff that, kind of correlates to what we're doing. So if we're doing baseball, I'm going to do some baseball cards, old or new. If we're going to be doing football, I'll try to find some old school football, maybe even of the teams playing, or just maybe a collection of old school stuff. And I think it's going to definitely add a little flavor to not only the background, but just the overall stream look. No one's going to have a look like this. It's going to be a one of one. And I kind of like it. So let me know what you guys think. But, and then also, obviously, we're going to still have the thumbs have been improved too. So I've been working on that. So the thumbs are 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10. I had to learn how to do them myself because I couldn't afford to pay anyone to do them anymore. And I'm pretty proud of the skill set. I still have a ways to go to be able to figure out all the secrets, but for the time being, anyone that sees a baseball game or any sport game that looks like this, with the logos and this particular style, everyone's going to know that this is me. So pretty proud of how that came out. And then we're still going to go through, obviously, the photos like normal. So that way when we're going through. So it's definitely not me just streaming, a show. I'm producing a show on the fly. And I thought, with all the buttons and doing, photos for the fans, that this was going to be something where, it takes effort, but now, we're going to be going even further, with things, more camera angles, more producing, but I think that people will notice, and I think people will like it. It's bright, it's colorful, you know what I mean? Everything looks streamlined. I feel like I put my creativity on my, on my heart and sleeve, and so anything that you do see is an extension of who I am, and I'm really happy. Like, it only took me a couple days to get to this point. Like, I just started figuring out, what I was going to do with the scoreboard, the backgrounds, and, with just a few days. And and I'm still going to keep making additional improvements, but I'm really, really happy with what this looks like moving forward. So, oh man, I appreciate you. And I think, like I said, I don't, the older the stuff is, because I'm kind of an old school soul, so when you see these things from like the 50s and the 60s, just the way that the cards look, it just, I don't know, man, it just gets me back to when I was a kid. And then even like these are some of the first cards I collected, 87 tops when I was 5. So I'm always going to try to find stuff that is streamlined and flush. And it's not just like a couple cards on each side. If you actually look, when we zoom out, it's like a whole collection, of the whole page is on there. So that's what you need to kind of look for. You need to find like a kind of a collage of a bunch of things. So that way it does look nice and streamlined. But I had to go with this was yesterday's, and then I had to, switch it up. I can't do the same background with the cards every game. I got to make sure I'm continuously making it fresh for y'all. So, yeah. Me and Sarah, and I think any wrestling fan, as you look at all those names there, if you want to give it to Logan Paul and you want to have all those people from Impulsive and all the young girls and boys that watch him, to get more popularity, if they're just going to sell out, then they can give it to him. But the obvious choice is LA Knight. He's a poor man's Dwayne Johnson, The Rock on the mic. He's good. He's not The Rock. No one's going to be The Rock, but he's kind of like a second tier Rock, but I do like, he does have charisma, swagger. He's good on the mic. He's good in the ring. And that is the obvious choice, to give. But if they want to give it to Logan Paul and piss everyone off and try to get more ratings, through the YouTube crowd and his social media, crowd, then, that's the whole reason they brought in Logan Paul and Pat McAfee and Bad Bunny. It's not just, these guys are athletic. They are trying to piggyback off the brand that those guys made successful, hoping that a fraction of that audience, like, maybe 25% of the people that watch the Pat McAfee show will watch Pat in WWE if he wrestles, or maybe more. They're hoping you get a lot of people that are like, love Pat or love Logan Paul so much, or Bad Bunny, that they're going to, oh, he's wrestling, I'm going to watch this. So I understand it's a business, but LA Knight, that's the only choice, man. You know what? I'm the hugest Griffey fan on planet Earth. Obviously, as you know, I met him, when I was 7, and I collect all the memorabilia, but no, I don't have any of the old school Griffies. If I ended up, buying a pair, I probably would put it in a case and just look at it instead of actually wearing them. So $5 holla. Let's go. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, $5 holla. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see, and I got you. $5. Let's get to a hundo. I missed you, bro. Nice. Awesome, dude. And like I said, anything that you can do to hold you over until football season, whether that's going to wrestling, watching a lot of wrestling, or keeping up on baseball or NASCAR, or if you were a hockey fan or basketball fan, it's like, you're going to go mentally insane if you're a big, big fanatic and you only do NFL or college football. You have to find something else to, keep yourself sane until we get to that point. And, a lot of us on this channel have many, many things that we follow, some that we like a little bit more than others. But at this point, it is a little bit of a dead zone. But again, I still enjoy NASCAR and baseball, so I'm fine, and wrestling. So I'll be fine until we get to football. But once football season starts, it's going to be a lot of fun. And hopefully we'll get a big uptick with subs and views, donos, maybe some collabs. I mean, if I make my word and I say that I'm going to collab, I'll do it, just depending on who it is and, if we can help each other out and whatnot. So. Yeah. Yeah. Just put me back out there in the outfield. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, peak season, I think for anything is going to be football. I don't know. I just think people in general, they don't really donate as far as like, any channel, but I feel like donos on baseball, unless you've been doing baseball for like 10 years and you're big and they know you, then maybe at that point. But I feel like with baseball and like NHL and basketball, a lot of people don't really do the same type of generosity as like in college football season, NFL. Like those are, the people that are willing to support and donate, maybe because they're the most passionate fans. And then on top of that, wrestling fans, wrestling fans will donate as well. But yeah, I got to keep going though. I'm full time. I did get to a point where 2022 was very, very good to me, but we've had people pass away on the channel, heavy hitters, that have, been big contributors to the channel, and we miss them a lot. And we've had people that have had changes in jobs, changes in lifestyle and everything. So, things haven't been as good as 2022, but I've definitely worked really, really hard, for 11 years, 7 years on YouTube and 11 years on streaming on different platforms to kind of get it to this point. And I think I'm always going to keep improving things for you guys and myself. But I finally think we got to a point where ticker, scoreboard, background, HD photos, and then the ability to do whatever we want during or after. I think I have like the most flexibility out of any streamer. And it definitely is going to hopefully help us moving forward. And I can get a little bit of a push, hopefully from YouTube and other people that come and raid the channel and whatnot. And then other people can actually see that, you might have your favorite YouTuber or Twitch streamers, but I guarantee if we get people to get eyes on this channel and they just give it a fair shot and talk with the people in the room, I know we can grow. It's just a matter of time. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm trying to be like expert not only on the NFL and all 32 teams and college football, wrestling, but everything, NBA, NASCAR, baseball. So by streaming every day and almost doing games every day, I feel like my knowledge is like getting higher and higher and higher. Like I already feel that I got an extreme work ethic for most streamers, if you compare me to anyone else. But now, like, if you would have told me like 5 years ago that I'd be doing NASCAR and baseball and NHL and NBA and college basketball, I'd been like, you're fucking crazy. But, here we are. So, and I do enjoy it. So, if you have a dream and you have a goal, they say it's not work. That's bullshit. It is. But definitely, I appreciate you guys. And, this is my legacy. This is what I was meant to do. So that's big facts. You ready to go back? And I do appreciate you with the gifts for the Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks shirts that you sent me a few months back. I appreciate you. Because he's old. But what you have to be impressed with is that he's at kind of the end of his career and he's like 10-4. So, I mean, anyone can bitch and complain, but the guy's old and sometimes they don't get the run support. You're going to get it from Mookie and Freeman and JD Martinez, Muncy when he's healthy. You know what I mean? But a majority is like Will Smith, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, and JD Martinez. That's the only reason they're up 9 games above 500, because the back end of the lineup is kind of ass and some of the pitching staff has gotten hurt. So, just because Kershaw pitches good doesn't mean he's going to get 4 runs or more that he needs. Sometimes he only gets 1 or 2, gets like, 7 to 10 Ks and still loses. But I've been impressed, with what he's been able to bring at this old age. Sometimes when these pitchers, when they get old, they just go completely downhill, like Sarah's, Wayno with Wainwright. She's already told me probably 5 times this year that he should have retired. So that's not a good sign. But Kershaw, he's still got a little bit left in the tank. So I don't know if the Dodgers are good enough to make the World Series. I would say no. Braves look much, much better. And, we'll see what happens. But the Dodgers will be in the mix. but then you'll have like the Diamondbacks and a few other sleeper teams, and you'll find out if we have a team like the Phillies from last year that no one expects, like maybe the Phillies or the Diamondbacks, and then they just go a lot farther than we think. But we got to pump the brakes. I do like Corbin Carroll a lot. He'll get Rookie of the Year, but American League is much deeper than the National League, but I honestly think that even though the plus-minus differential is the best for the Rangers and the Rays, if it ended up being the Rangers or the Rays versus the Braves, I probably would go Braves. I mean, is it possible that the Rangers and Rays could be champions? Of course. Those are the three best teams in baseball. But I just think with the hitting and the pitching and then just, being that superstar team, and it's like they're the only team in baseball that was like a legit top dog last year, and they're a top dog this year. All the other teams that were top dogs, Dodgers, Cardinals, Mariners, Blue Jays, Padres, all of us suck, or Yankees, Astros. Either we suck or we have injuries. So Atlanta's really like, hey, we were the big dog last year. We're the big dog this year, and you're still the big dog. Strider looks like he could get the Cy Young. Acuna looks great. It's really their World Series to lose, but I think the American League is better and deadlier. You got the Astros and the Yankees creeping, right? And the Blue Jays. And at the top, you got the Rangers and the Rays. And then you got this team like the Orioles that could beat the Rangers or the Rays, and they could overachieve. They remind me, the Baltimore Orioles, of the Blue Jays and the Mariners of last year. So it is kind of exciting to see some, new people kind of come through. And I just hate to be like the casualty of the Mariners not making it and the Rangers making it. But we were nowhere near, the level of the Rangers or the Rays this year. So, but, sometimes it's bad luck too with Kershaw. So, yeah, Mookie, Freddie, and JD, all-star starters. Well, I wouldn't say that, because the thing is, it's all about money and ratings. So, Logan Paul can wrestle. So if they do want to give him the belt, hopefully not like a Money in the Bank, but if they do want to, give him a belt, even if it's for a short period of time to get ratings, it wouldn't surprise me if they did that. But then if they did give him the belt, that means that with his contract, he would have to be on TV and do less impulsive and social media stuff. And he'd probably have to be traveling, with Raw and SmackDown or, whatever brand, and, defending the title and whatnot. But I would not be shocked. He's got a better chance to get the belt than Pat McAfee or Bad Bunny, unless we get Bad Bunny doing full-time work. You know what I mean? So it's all about money and business and ratings. But, obviously the correct choice is LA Knight. We know that. But just because we want something doesn't mean that it's going to happen. I mean, for the longest time, we wanted Asuka to win, and they just buried her. And then they finally gave her the belt, which was awesome. And we wanted Ripley to get the belt. We got what we wanted. But in all sincerity, they could have kept the belt on like a Charlotte or a Bianca Belair for like a long, long time. So it's kind of nice, they kind of do like a Roman Reigns type thing, but it's just going to hurt the company when you got others like Ripley and Asuka that are deserving. Sometimes you got to rotate the belt, have feuds. They can always win it back or start a new feud like Charlotte and Bianca, people that don't have the belt. Let's go at each other because, they're very similar. They are the most similar to each other in the biz. So. I've been saying that for months. Like I said, Montez Ford needs to go singles, right? They could always start a faction, but if Bianca, and Montez Ford and, obviously their whole clique, if they go heel, and even if he does singles and still has, obviously his homie there with him to like outside the ring to back him up, but he goes singles, I think Montez Ford would be a perfect guy to try to go for one of the belts, like an IC type belt or one of those type of belts. He's got the charisma, and I think if he went heel, I think that would be good for WWE. You get a lot of these guys that are faces, but once they go heel, that's when they kind of take off. The Rock, Stone Cold, and even people as of kind of recent where you see like people like Bailey. Let's hug it out. Hugs, hugs, hugs. And it's like, okay, you're a good face. But then when you go heel, way more interesting, and then you get Damage Control and you see like Judgment Day and the faction that they have. So, we'll see where it goes. But I'm excited for the pay-per-view on Saturday. And it looks like we still are in the delay, but I'm hoping that we will get going at some point. Yeah, but again, it's kind of obvious. Everyone wants underdogs, to be able to do the Cinderella story, but I mean, it was pretty clear with like the Vegas Golden Knights and the Nuggets, they were far superior than the teams that they played because the other teams only won one. It wasn't a fair matchup like Warriors Celtics last year or, Tampa Bay Lightning and the Colorado Avalanche where you knew the winner was going to win 4, but at least the other team can win 2. It wasn't going to go 7 ever, but at least the other team was going to hang around. But as we saw, Florida got outmatched, the Panthers, and obviously the Miami Heat. This wasn't good enough. So, and honestly, with Denver, this could be the beginning of a dynasty because in all reality, and who's going to beat them? The only team that I could see matching up to Denver is the Bucks and Giannis because they play the same position and they're big. So, if we get the Bucks and the Denver Nuggets, then who knows? It could go either way. But, I mean, those two teams look like they're going to be the two best teams for a while, just based on who they have on the roster. And obviously the dominance of the two best players in the NBA with the Joker and Giannis. Toby's in the building. Duval. Jags in the building. Can't wait for football, brother. Hope you're doing well. Kind of nice to be at the bottom of the division, and then now you're at the top of the division. So it took a couple years, but like I said, sometimes it's just about getting that right coach, and getting those right supporting cast pieces and someone that can mentor Trevor Lawrence the right way so he doesn't turn into a bust. And, thank God they fired Urban Meyer and you got Dougie P. So, and it looks like you guys will be the best team in that division again. Yeah, they need to get a defense, though, if they want to win the Super Bowl, if they're going to be going against Burrow or Mahomes or Allen. The only way they're going to be able to, they can dominate the NFC like the Niners, offense and defense, against the NFC and the AFC teams in the regular season. But if you want to win it all, you got to get sack lunches and picks. You got to be like the Rams with Aaron Donald or my Bucks when we ended up playing, Patrick Mahomes. You have to make him run for, his life, and you have to be able to win on the line of scrimmage, O-line and D-line. And the main reason the Eagles lost is that the D-line, they weren't able to do their job. And the offensive line for the Chiefs was supposed to be the weak link, ended up being the MVP of that Super Bowl. So, and anyone says, oh, Mahomes, oh, Kelsey. No, it was the offensive line, and like I said, you can look at the offensive line when they played the Bucks in the Super Bowl, had 2 starters injured, right? Fisher and Schwartz, and we took advantage. And then obviously the names weren't really as good this year or this past year, going against Fletcher Cox and all those rotating guys they had up front. But, they stepped up to the challenge. And sometimes, you get taken for granted. You end up bringing out your best performance. So he's at Duval. Yeah. And like I said, I mean, I got, half the fan base is under 40 and then half the fan base is over 40. So usually when I get people, that are older, that are like, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and they want to talk NASCAR, I'm going to listen, or if I get people that are a little bit older, from back in that football era, like 50s, 60s, 70s, and that time period, a little bit before I was born, yeah, I'm definitely going to be listening for the baseball and the basketball and the football information as well. So. Yeah. Well, I think the best analysis in the game. I mean, if you really watch this channel and you go over based on like my breakdowns and predictions on how the league is, because I'm not biased. I feel like I'm the only one that's on YouTube or Twitch or on social media that is truly 100% not biased, not on my teams, any team. And the reason that is that I'm able to put myself in every shoe of every GM or OC or DC or team and act like that team is mine. And if I can think that way and have a clear head about things and not be biased, then you can understand every fan base that's out there. And that's why I'm able to connect with people that are Jags fans, even when they were at their low point, or, someone that is not a Chief fan or they're riding sky high off, Super Bowl wins. So, the more you read and the more that you do film, that can take you so far, but you got to be able to have like that empathy, that sympathy. You got to be able to kind of get into the shoes of those other people, and you got to be able to criticize your own team. You can't give your favorite players and favorite team a free pass just because it's yours. Like, I'm a Mariner fan, but I'm upset with, Julio by, obviously being too aggressive and, he's chasing pitches. He should be, hitting closer to 280 to 310 and he's hitting like 230 to 250. So, nobody gets a free pass in my book. If you're doing good, you're going to hear it. If you're doing bad, you're going to hear it regardless if it's my team or not. But yeah, I mean, and I think I can, like I'll be doing a lot of fantasy football stuff and, anyone that, knows me, I've been in many, many, many leagues, and I've never finished lower than third in any money league that's 100 to 200 buy-in or a free league. So when I'm playing against many, many different people and I've never finished lower than third in a 10 to 14 man league, I would say consistency is key. And also too, I make more moves than most people in fantasy. Most people make like 50 a year, for the whole season. I make 100 to 200. The most I think I've ever made in a season was 250, because I always make sure my bench is good as my starters. And that's what helps me get, obviously, to the championship game, or, not what I want, but third place game sometimes as well. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, I mean, I don't think when it comes down to like championship games or big games, I feel that I have like like as far as like a winning percentage, I feel if it's like a Super Bowl or a World Series or NBA Finals, anything like that, I usually feel I'm like 90% correct. I mean, every once in a while, I'm going to get one that's wrong, but I feel like I usually have a pretty good gauge. And a lot of times I can predict the MVP or how many games it's going to be won in also, depending on what sport we're talking about. So, oh, you're working on a gift for me? Oh, nice. I appreciate that. I am going to be moving. So when you do decide to send me something, message me, and I'll give you my my new address. So, Nilly in the building. What's good? Still waiting on this game. Has anyone got any news on anything with this yet? I don't think they've canceled the game. It still shows, through the Dodger broadcast and through ESPN. They haven't fully called it off. So I would assume that we're going to be starting at 7. I would assume. I mean, at 7:30 at the very latest. I mean, if they can't get that shit going by 7:30, then at 7:30 is the latest I think that they would start the game. 7:30 here, Pacific time, 9:30, 10:30, depending on where you're at. So, yeah, but since I am full time, I mean, that does give me time to, maybe do some content in the morning. I might be doing like a morning NFL show. Obviously when we have NFL season, or just doing, uploads, of like top 10s or news that's going on. So there'll be more content than necessarily maybe me just doing the games in the evening. So, but it's going to get crazy because, I mean, like I said, with the amount of sports and wrestling that's on, there's never going to be a dull day for us. It's always going to be popping. Well, with this, it's not on MLB or FS1 unless you actually have the Dodger channel, and obviously there's links, and you can go that route as well. Yeah, it's a lot of traveling for sure. Montez with the United States. Yeah, if you wanted to start him off, I think he's more. I mean, obviously you can't take the Walter Gunther. I mean, obviously they might try to make him like one of the best IC champs, so that's not going to be a realistic belt that he can get. But definitely, I could see Montez Ford in singles, doing something, and he's got the charisma and he can be on the mic. Just a matter of time. It's gonna do London crowd is gonna be like a Canada crowd or a Puerto Rico crowd. It seems like any crowd other than the United States is better, unless we're talking like special LA or Chicago for like CM Punk, or New York like in the Bronx or something. But like a lot of places, they don't really give the energy like they do, obviously, and they don't come to those places as often, so that's why the energy is so high. But it's also those fans. It's a combination of not being able to see a lot of events, and then also just being drunk and being crazy and being fans. So I'm waiting on it right now. Obviously, I'm still on the Dodger broadcast, and then obviously it still shows a rain delay, but I would assume if anyone else has any additional information for me through Twitter or like the Dodger beat writers or any of the weather report for the Colorado, let me know. No, I'm serious. Anyone that you obviously don't know me, man. Like I said, like I'm not like the average person. I mean, I sacrificed a PSA 9 Michael Jordan rookie card that's worth 20 to 30K for this channel. I went to 3 games last year, and I told people I was going to get a Julio Rodriguez. rookie ball. I did. A couple weeks later, I said I'm going to go get an Aaron Judge ball when he had that 62 home run season. I did. I don't know what it is about sports and me and memorabilia and just being a little bit lucky and a little bit maybe in the right place or the right time, but I'm not lying. And in that, it was a 10 or 12 man league. And usually I'm making like 200 and sometimes even more because like I said, I'm upgrading my team every single week, every single spot. I don't let one spot just sit there. So, I mean, you may not believe it, but anytime you want a screenshot any single year when I do my league, you'll see. And anyone that you'll be able to talk to that's in my league, they'll let you know. Because the thing about me in fantasy, not only do I know what my team is, I know what every single person in my league has. Their starters, their bench. I spy on everybody in the league, and I know. So, like I said, it's just a matter of, knowing those kind of sleeper players before they become hot and grabbing them maybe like a week early instead of a week late. Did they say 7:30? So 8:30 Mountain Time? All right, so we got to wait a little bit longer. All right, we'll do some LA night. I know it may sound crazy and not believable, but if you end up being in the league with us, or if you end up seeing how I operate, I make a lot of moves, and I usually draft really, really well too, and that's a big part of it. But again, I'm always looking ahead in the schedule, to see when the big bye weeks are up, and I'm always making sure I'm grabbing players a week ahead of time. I don't know. Like I said, not everyone, will play like that, but again, I've never finished worse than first, second, or third. So whether you believe me or not, join the league and you'll find out, if you end up getting that. So, all right, let's get some LA night up here. So it looks like we got to wait another, 30, 40 minutes, and then we're going to get started at 7:30 then. Money in the bank. Yeah. So, I mean, you got to be able to have people that have the catchphrases and whatnot. It's a big part of wrestling, the crowd participation. Yeah, and a lot of times too, when I'm making moves, right, I'll pick a guy and then I'll pick another guy, and sometimes I go back and forth. If other people are, at one point they're content with their team or they don't know about a certain guy. Sometimes, I'll go back and forth, in the middle of the night, when everyone is sleeping, right, and then I'll look at the wire, after everyone has gotten their pieces. Right. And then I'll look at my roster and I'll look where I'm at. And then sometimes some of those extra moves are done just based on not me being able to make a decision. Like I got a wide receiver and then I'm like, all right, I'm going to get this guy. And then all of a sudden I have second doubts and then I go up and I pick a different person. So sometimes it ends up being more moves done per week because I'm going back and forth to try to make sure I'm getting the right guy, if that makes sense. Yeah, I usually don't play in the league with that many people that are dumb or don't know how to play either. Some people are better than others at it. It just depends if you know the league as a whole. Do you know every single player on every single team? Most people don't. So, that's a big, reason why you can take advantage if you have the skill set, if you know every team, which most people don't. He was a pitcher at East Carolina and a 13-game winner at ECU. And he threw a first pitch strike, not too shabby at 79. I was going to say, let's see what kind of how much he can control himself out there, because I want to let it fly. Ground ball hit to third. Berman's got it. Sell card and memorabilia collections. I don't know. I think most people just do eBay. You know, if that's going to be the safest, if you're going to go that route, you go to any fucking card shop in your hometown, they're going to rip you off. Yeah, but it's gonna be pretty exciting. Like I said, I wish that the pay-per-views were kind of closer together and whatnot, but or if I was able to do like Raw or SmackDown at the same time as everyone else. But since I live on the West Coast in Oregon, I always get it last. So everyone else gets like, Raw at 5. I don't get it until 8, but like on Dynamite, if I can get like the TBS or TNT East Coast feed, like through the website, then I can end up watching Dynamite the same time as the Midwest or the East Coast. But yeah, but hopefully it ends up being LA night. And then again, we got another 30 plus minutes to wait, and then we'll end up doing the Dodgers and the Rockies. 10-0 Astros over the Cardinals. No problem. Astros are 8 out. Dubon, who checked in for Altuve, has his first hit, and they're loaded here in the 9th inning. Top of the 9th, bases loaded for the Astros. Not like they need any more runs. It's already 10-0. Let's see. Most hits in the game for Houston, 19. They've got 15 now. They did that against Toronto. Let's stop right there. Hope that they don't go any further. Right. 19 would be an ugly number here, considering the bases are loaded. It's crazy that they tried to make him a manager with the Max Dupree because he's like 40, 41. They thought, he's too old. He can't do it. He's old. Vince thought he was too old, but now Vince isn't really doing as much. So it's kind of nice that because if Vince was still running everything, then we probably would not have LA Knight, So it's just kind of a shame too if you don't think someone can, necessarily maybe do it in the ring, But Mike's skills are super rare. Like I said, not everyone that has, fantastic mic skills. Oh my God, grand slam. Uh-oh. Alex Bregman with a grand salami. 14-0 Astros. Throw in the white towel. Throw in the towel, Sarah. Dominic? Anything that he says, he can't even get any words out. They just boo, which is pretty awesome. So if he can actually get his mic skills up and his wrestling skills in the ring up, he could actually make a little bit of a name for himself with the legacy, of being a Mysterio and whatnot. And obviously Judgment Day is the perfect faction, to be in with those members there. But obviously we know MJF is fantastic, but his run with the belt has been a little stale with the opponents that he's been with. Like they need to write the storyline better. Like I would have liked to see, Daniel Bryan and MJF feud, and obviously Daniel Bryan, broke his arm going against Okada, so he'll be out for about like 6 to 8 weeks or maybe longer. But I don't know. It is what it is. But definitely Dom gets booed, more than most that I've seen. You know what I mean? But again, it's just perfect heel. Depending on who he's going against, who they're feuding with. And then obviously with, everyone loves Rey Mysterio. So obviously anything that's like father, son, they're not going to, go for him. And then he's got the little tribute to Eddie with the hair and everything. And, and like I said, if he wasn't with Judgment Day, no one would give a shit about him. You know what I mean? But being with Ripley and Ripley being the champ, Judgment Day, like it just kind of was the perfect fit for his development. And it continues to be, moving forward. So. It's my favorite faction, that's in wrestling right now. I like that one a lot. Good color scheme with the purple and black, kind of like the Undertaker vibe. And each person, is a good fit. They got rid of Edge and then they brought in Finn Balor. So, It's like a nice compliment of like a high flying guy, a top female, and then I do like Damian Priest on what he kind of brings. He kind of is like an IC title kind of contender guy, and kind of has a tribal Indian look, kind of like a Tatanka, but a modern day Tatanka in 2023, and I like him as well. But Dominic definitely needs to get better on the mic. Mic skills are still kind of, if they're having him be scripted instead of like be off the top, because he's not good enough to go off the top and freestyle and whatnot. But yeah, you can definitely tell he stumbles with words. And this is before a lot of the big boos came to like get him like rattled. A lot of times, like when he was trying to cut like a promo with him and Ray going back and forth, the promos kind of sounded like shit. But again, he's new, and not everyone can be good on the microphone, especially if you're a heel. You can't pretend and force it. It has to be an extension, of who you are. That's why when you see certain people talk, it ends up coming naturally. Like Seth Rollins could be a face or a heel. He just turns his voice up a little bit louder, but it's never forced. When Seth talks, it's just real talk, and you can kind of feel that swagger, and just you get those certain Hall of Famers when they're on the mic. You just listen. You know what I mean? MJF. Like I said, it doesn't matter what he says, he's gonna bury anybody because it's the type of way he talks and the cadence. Enunciating the words, but also being smart and knowing how to talk shit properly. So, Ron in the building, what's good? Damian Priest and Dominic tag titles would be could happen one day. Why not? Right? Yeah, you never know. I mean, it would be cool to be able to see, because you got the Blackpool Combat Club in AEW, and that's kind of like the new thing, over there. And, they ended up getting Don Callis from Omega. Takeshita's over there. I mean, Bryan Danielson's hurt, now, but just with the, Wheeler Yuta and Moxley and, Cesaro and all the guys that they have over there. So, but yeah, I feel like the Judgment Day is the coolest faction, I think, in WWE now. But yeah, I agree. That would be crazy. Yeah. Yeah, but also when you're a face or you're trying to be a heel, that's why they, had Paul Heyman, being there for Brock and for, Roman Reigns, because they were terrible on the mic. But as they, got a little bit older, when like Cowboy Brock came out, Cowboy Brock actually could cut like a little bit of a promo, if you remember, like when the ring went up and they had him with the crane and everything. But it took a long time for Brock to actually be able to talk shit and spit out like sentences clearly enough where it didn't sound like unnatural. Not everyone, he's got the look, but again, imagine if Brock was amazing on the mic. If Brock was amazing on the mic, he probably would have went down as one of the greatest of all time. I mean, he already is, but the microphone skills would have put him up with like Rock and Stone Cold. You know what I mean? But he just didn't have them. And then Roman Reigns was terrible. Moxley and Seth were good back in the day. But again, going heel, getting mentored by Paul Heyman, and then going super heel, and being the face of the company, and then being able to be an asshole and just be kind of yourself, but just a little bit more rude and a little bit more vocal, a little bit more swagger of being the man, being the man of the company, and a little bit of that ego going to your head, and then, just being able to talk that way as being the man. And he's much better than what he was. That's damn true. He can actually cut a promo now. Yes, I'm watching it right now. 14-0. This is like the worst the Cardinals have been like ever since I can remember. I know they've had some rough seasons, but I mean, normally you're a playoff team, and yeah, like I said, but something good is going to have to come out of it. Some draft pick or free agent, as long as you don't trade away Goldschmidt or Arenado. So I love me some Dolph. The worst piece that WWE is underutilized, Dolph Ziggler. I mean, I know you ended up giving him, IC or like heavyweight champion a long time ago, like with Sheamus, right? But certain guys are so undervalued. Like if you went Ziggler and put him in AEW, the fans would love him. Like he would get love and cheered like he did when he first came up in WWE. That's how big of an applause and cheering that they would if Ziggler ended up leaving. You know what I mean? Because they don't give a shit about him there, but you could actually make him a champion or a tag champion or something relevant, over there. And I think he's still got something in the tank. He still has a look. He's a great seller. And that is what wrestling is kind of about too. Like who can sell moves really, really well. Like for me, RVD is one of the best sellers of all time. If you look at a lot of the matches, with guys that were athletic or not even athletic, guys like bigger, like Rhino or whoever it may be. I mean, it really didn't matter with RVD. He could have a good match with anyone, any body size. Yeah. Like shit, it's ripped up now, but I even bought a Ziggler shirt way back in the day, cut off the sleeves, and that was always one of my guys. And like I said, I collect wrestling figures, and I got one of the very first Ziggler, elites, from a long time ago, still have it. Just kind of a shame, not every person, gets that push. They might be really good in NXT, like Shinsuke Nakamura, but never really panning out to anything significant, at least not yet, or Bobby Roode. Like certain guys that were coming up, and they're like remember when NXT, like Black and Yellow brand, was like the best? Like it was better than SmackDown and Raw. I don't know if we're going to ever see that again. So yeah, Vince doesn't like guys that are short. That's absolutely true. So you got a lot of those smaller guys, obviously on the AEW side, but again, you don't want to have a bunch of big guys like Omos. Like no one wants to fucking watch Omos or Goldberg, as an old guy. Like no one wants to see that. Like nobody, like Omos with AJ Styles, cool. Tag or like a manager or bodyguard, but I don't want to see him wrestle. Like if it's going to be a bigger guy, make it be Drew McIntyre or Gunther, okay, I can watch that, but again, I guess it just depends on, personalities, and Vince is always going to like the big steroid guys that look like heavyweight champs, instead of a guy that might be smaller that's more entertaining, like a Daniel Bryan, which I kind of prefer. I like skill and talent, so I'm like Seth Rollins, Kevin Owens, Randy Orton, AJ Styles, Charlotte, Bianca. Ricochet, yeah. Neville, they dropped the ball with Neville. Neville and Ricochet could have been something crazy because they were the closest thing to kind of like an RVD-ish type of wrestler, right? And then the bastard Pac, but I don't know. We haven't seen him on TV in a minute. Like, I don't even know if he's still signed with AEW. It's been that long. I mean, I imagine he's still part of the company. I haven't heard anything recently, but we haven't seen him. He's probably injured. Got a very competitive game here. 14-0 Astros against the Cardinals. Sarah waved the white flag. And then you said it's going to start at 7:30, you said? Well, I wish I would have known that. I could have started the stream a little bit later, but it's okay. I'm glad that Graham, man, it's been a minute. I'm glad that you were able to come in and hang out. And like I said, I am going to be moving pretty soon. So, it was going to be somewhere between like 1 and 6 months, but I might just try to get it over with, pull the Band-Aid off and just go, and then that way I can get situated in time for well before football season. So there's not a lot of hustle and bustle and whatnot, but I don't have a whole lot. I got a lazy boy, a couch, all my toys and my collectibles, my clothes, and that's about it. So I know I miss Drew too. Drew's great. Drew might be the best big man on the mic. At least he has the most passion, and accent is good, look is good, for a guy that got fired. 14-0 Astros. Well, hell, since this game is over on MLB Network, I think they're going to flip it over, and I might be able to watch it on MLB Network here instead of they were going to have Quick Pitch on after, so we'll see. But hopefully MLB Network will flip this on because they have a delay. And since this game is over, and then I won't have to watch it on the computer because that's what I was going to have to do. But we'll find out. Sheamus, yeah. And then he follows it up with 1 2/3 innings, giving up 6 runs, so 13 runs. Horrible outing, yeah. 4 hits, 18 hits. And we got the Brewers and the Mets. They're just going through like a replay of there's Vogelback. End of the second, Brewers 0, Mets 0. Yeah, of course, Tommy, everyone's going to boo anyone on the Astros. Altuve, Bregman, anyone that was associated with anything that had to do with cheating. Of course, that's not going to be something. And it's not just Dodger fans that are going to be booing because they lost to the Astros, in that World Series. But I think it's just baseball fans in general don't really got a whole lot of love for the Astros. But I don't think the Astros care, regardless if they, are labeled a cheater or not. They're still going to be fucking good almost every year, right? So they're going to be a World Series contender almost every year. So I guess in their minds, I guess it's kind of like the Patriots, where if you don't want to admit that you cheated or whatever, that's fine. But it's going to be hard to be able to get respect from other fan bases if you can't just be real about it, like acting like it never happened for any team that cheated or any athlete that cheated. So. Yeah, I've seen a lot of gameplay, and I got a few people that I think that were, going to plan on getting it, and kind of has like the Nintendo 64 type of gameplay with No Mercy and WrestleMania 2000, WCW, NWO Revenge, that style, rather than the WWE 2K games, which I think those ones suck. I think that one is, it's too hard to play. I mean, you can get the rhythm of it, but I think those old school games are some of the best wrestling games, so. Yeah. 3 hours ago. Yeah. That was the hail. Yeah, I saw that. And they were having to scoop that out. It was crazy hail. And like I said, the dugout was flooded. And then they cut to like a part where it was going down like the steps. And it was like a flood. Like it was just going. I was like, whoa. But it looks like cool. So it looks like since everything is working out, I don't even have to watch this on a link. I can just watch it on MLB Network, I hope. But they have the players on the field right now. So if you guys want to watch along, MLB Network should have it. And then if they flip off of it, and there'll be links, obviously, that you can watch on the internet as well. So awesome. Well, Red Sox cheated too. Red Sox cheated too, obviously, with like little Apple Watches and whatnot. But it's one of those things. When people cheat, it depends on the degree of cheating. Just like with the steroids and the PEDs. You look at guys like Barry Bonds and Sammy Sosa, and how they get treated compared to maybe someone like Roger Clemens or Mark McGwire. Whether people want to admit it or not, but sometimes the foreign-born players, or the African American players that cheated, they sometimes get a harder reality and they get hated on more than maybe some of the other players like Clemens and McGwire. And that's not, saying anything that's not true. I mean, it's facts. I mean, if you just look at the perception and how things are, if you're a cheater, you're a cheater, right? But again, it's not like you're going to have any of those guys in the Hall of Fame. Regardless if you're white, black, Puerto Rican, Cuban, if you're a fucking cheater, you're a cheater. And luckily Griffey didn't cheat. And, I would have been crushed, meaning like my childhood hero. If I found out that he didn't play 10 years healthy, 10 years hurt, got fat, went back to the Mariners and retired, so. Yeah, that would be cool. I don't drink beer that much anymore, man. I used to drink beers on the stream a lot with like Modelo's and Coronas with lime, or I would do the Modelo Cheladas with the mango and some of the other flavors that they had. But like I've been trying to lose weight and I've been trying to, exercise and walk with my pup and whatnot. So 7:10 here. So they're going to start the game at 7:30, which will be 10:30 start in the East Coast, or 9:30. But I stream late usually anyways. I usually start around 6 or 7. I mean, hell, last year there'd be times I would stream until midnight or 1, which would be like 2, 3 in the morning for other people. But could be true to a certain degree, but also depends if you get caught and the degree of the cheating. All right, enough of him. All right, baby. We got how much time? Just a few more minutes. I mean, I don't know if they're still going to start it at 7:30 or if they're going to start it a little bit earlier. Is there any other updates on that, Sarah, or anyone else? I'm taking a look here to see if there's anything else. But it's cool that I'll be able to at least watch it here. So again, this was supposed to start at 5:40, and it's 7:12 here in the Pacific West Coast. So obviously for a lot of y'all, it's 9:12 or 10:12 where you're at. So it's going to be a late one, but they didn't cancel the game. I mean, I was watching what was I watching this morning? The Padres and the Pirates, and they had the bad air from like the Canadian Fires, and they delayed that game too for quite a bit. So they're definitely trying to get these games in. So we should get going within 18 minutes, 18 minutes or earlier. So, and they're just kind of doing live look-ins and whatnot. So, yeah, like I said, I always try to give people, a certain amount of leeway. Sometimes people, get political or they start saying things that are kind of like borderline here that we put up with, and whatnot. And like I said, not everyone has to agree with each other. Everyone's going to have different opinions, but I'm not going to have anyone get disrespected, either me or my mods or people in the room. So it's just one of those things, sometimes people are a fit, but other times, regardless if someone subs or doesn't sub, if you're going to be a certain way, I mean, I don't need that anyways. So, we're better off, the rest of the stream and the rest of the channel moving forward without certain people. So, but I try to give a certain leeway to a certain degree. Phillies 3, Cubs 1. We're in the bottom of the ninth in this particular game. And then I'll go over the starting lineups here for this matchup. Probably, if we're going to start at 7:30, I'll probably start the starting lineups here in like 6 minutes or so. Or I could do it right now. I guess it doesn't really matter. All right, I'll do the starting lineups now because I imagine we're going to get started hopefully within the next 15 minutes or so. So obviously we got Mookie Betts, and I had to throw up McMahon on there as well. So we will get started here very shortly after this big rain delay. Hail delay. Leading off for the Dodgers, shortstop Mookie Betts. Batting second, first baseman Freddie Freeman. Batting third baseman Mad Max Muncy. Batting fourth, DHing for Los Angeles, J.D. Martinez. And congratulations to J.D. Martinez, Freddie Freeman, and Mookie Betts. You got 3 starters right there. Batting fifth, left fielder David Peralta. Batting sixth, right fielder Jason Hayward. Batting seventh, second baseman Miguel Vargas. Batting eighth, center fielder James Outman. And batting ninth, catching today, Austin Barnes. And on the mound for the Dodgers, Emmett Sheehan. Cool little photos there. Look at that delivery and that leg kick. I was like, oh, normally I don't get to see photos that look like that, but I was like, all right. Hopefully the Dodgers can get this dub. And I hope you guys enjoy the new look, the upgrade to the channel. And we're going to get started here in about 10 to 15 minutes once they get everything cleared with all the field being properly ready. And I believe on MLB Network, they're going to flip it here very shortly, and we're going to be able to watch it because it was not going to be televised on MLB or FS1. So you just had to watch a link or have the local Rockies or Dodger broadcast. But since the Cardinal game got over with, this was delayed I'm pretty sure they're going to flip it to the Dodger game. So, all right, leading off for the Rockies in just a few minutes, left fielder Jurickson, throw it far, hit it far, Profar. Batting second for Colorado, shortstop Ezekiel Tova. Batting third baseman Ryan McMahon. Batting fourth and cleanup for Colorado, catcher Elias Diaz. Batting fifth, DHing for the Rockies, C.J. Cron. Batting sixth, right fielder Nolan Jones. Batting seventh, center fielder Randall Grichuk. Batting eighth, first baseman Elehuris Montero. And batting ninth, second baseman Harold Castro. And on the mound for the Rockies, Chase Anderson. Let's go. Yeah, boy. Shit, they need to put me in the fucking PA booth for games. It's like you got to be able to, get the names and get the hype going. Let's go. I guess it just depends if you travel. So if you travel to the West Coast after living on the East Coast, you're not going to get used to it. Or if you're on the West Coast and then you go to the East Coast, things are different. Or even the Midwest, like when I went to Chicago for business and it was a 2-hour difference. But even the 2-hour difference was weird. Like, I'm looking to watch, football, at 5 o'clock. And then it's like 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock start. So I really feel for the people that live on the East Coast, because if you're a sport fan, you're watching at 12, 1, 2 in the morning for a lot of these things, especially if things get extended. And that's rough. So, I mean, if you're wanting to be able to watch sports like at a regular time for a human being, the West Coast is kind of the best, because you normally get 5, 6, 7 o'clock starts, not 8, 9, and later starts like the people do in the Midwest and the East Coast. So 10:16 feels like midnight. Yeah. No, yeah, and especially if it's like super dark and depending on, how things go. But yeah, that 3-hour gap from the West Coast to the East Coast. And again, this game was supposed to be on at 5:40, and it's 7:18 now, so which means it's 9:18 or 10:18, and we haven't even started. So it's going to be a 10:30 start on the East Coast. So I guess it just depends if people, obviously don't necessarily have school. But if they have work or something they have to wake up early for, it is what it is. Andrew in the building, what's good? So we got all the starting lineups kind of all set, and we are going to get started here in about 11 minutes. We just had a big rain delay, and hell, I've been streaming for another hour and 17 minutes, and I didn't even start at 5:40. I waited until, closer to like 6, to get going, and they kept drying off the field more and more, and here we are. So, and then again, we got many, many looks to the channel as well based on what we want to do. So obviously if we want to look at the stats, we got the scoreboard at top, the scoreboard of the game. We want the strike zone. We want all the information, boom, we got it. Traditional look of the stream is going to be like this. So that way the camera is a little bit bigger. We got the ticker, we got the scoreboard up above, and I'm always going to have some old school or cool looking baseball, basketball, football cards, depending on the event. Then if we really want to break down stats and go over it together, we can always go this route so you don't have to see my ugly mug. And then obviously we have kind of the traditional look that I normally did for many, many years. And, we start off typically something like this and then transition into different photos like that. So nothing has necessarily really changed, from the picture side. I'm just trying to make it more visually, acceptable for everyone so that, there's a ticker, you get nice photos, you get a good background. And again, I can also pull up photos for donos as well. So sports on the East Coast is like, I need a drink to stay awake. So our bar crowds here are mad. Yeah, I bet. And there's probably a lot of fights and shit out there too. I mean, you guys have a reputation on the East Coast to be a little chippy out there as well. So yeah, I don't blame you guys. Kelsey and Mahomes beat Clay and Steph in the little golf tournament. Oh, okay. And is there any other updates that you have gotten besides the 7:30 start? Is that still what we're looking at? Because, of course, obviously, once they're fully ready, MLB Network is going to flip to it. So I'd be very shocked if they don't flip to the game and and go through. Otherwise, if they don't, there obviously is links that you can use to be able to watch the games as well. So, but I definitely think that this format is like the winner. Like I said, I've been playing around and creating new stuff like every day for like the last, I don't know, week, and just trying to experiment with different looks. And if you go back and look, just me moving the screens around and adding things. So it's not just, doing the game play by play, but it's like producing the show on the fly. It's going to take a hell of a lot more effort, but I definitely feel that it's going to be beneficial. Just, instead of having to be stuck with one view the whole stream, we can have many, many views. And I have only 4 that I typically use right now, but I can add 4 more. So there might be a few other angles and things that we can use if I think it's going to benefit the stream. But, essentially me big, the stat page, this look, and then obviously if we want to get all the stats, then we go this route here. So, but I just thought, if I use this is too small to have full time for the stream. Some people have bad eyes, so I get it. So this is probably a little bit more preferred. So, but we're about ready to go. I should actually go check up on my pup to make sure that she's just snug as a bug. So let me go check up on her, and I assume that we're going to start here in 8 minutes or so. And what do we have? 95 to go, and we'll see if we get some more goats to kind of come through. All right, let me go check up on her real quick, and I'll be back in like a minute.
There's some orange in there. You can taste it. All right, tell me about what you're thinking in the dugout. You know that pitcher spot is batting 9th. There's a good chance for you, right? When I get to the clubhouse, I get ready for the game. So from the first inning, I gotta be concentration. I gotta be in whatever moment, and I'm ready. You see, we won. So no matter what, first inning to 10th inning, you're ready. You might have to go for a salve. You never know.
All right. I had to put a blanket on her, and the vote button? What are you voting for? Hey, I mean, if you got OCD, I mean, I'm all about symmetry too. So sometimes people wonder, it's like, why do you got, 2 mics instead of 1? But the thing is, it's like if I'm looking at the game and something's going on and I got like my HD 4K, or like I got the TV over here, or if I have to go this way, like you want to make sure that, everything is being heard at any times. And I like I said, I like things that, have good symmetry instead of, kind of having an awkward look, I don't know. Most people are obviously going to use, 1 mic, and that's completely fine. But I'm not like everyone else. Like I said, I just try to be able to do things that I think look good, that are unique and different. And I don't know about any vote button, but I got other ones. I mean, like I said, you go here. I mean, your OCD should be fine, bro. If anything, it's, I'm zooming in, I'm zooming out. I mean, that's where we're at. And you get some stats too on the side. Let's go. Nilly, Philly. All right, let's get this game started, man. My puppy's already like, she's already been like, she gets antsy. She's going to get antsy when I take too long, but, I got to grind it out. This is my full-time job. So, and I'm going to be moving. So it's going to be really tough not being able to see her every day, because it's like I've spent like every day of my life with her for 2 years, and, I spend the most time with her. So I'm very, very attached. So it's going to be a little tough not being able to see her every day, but I'll live. I'll still be able to visit, and then I'll get to a point where I may have to get a pup of my own. It's good for the mental health. Who's going to win vote? Well, I would assume most people would think the Dodgers are going to win. The Rockies are 32-50. Dodgers are 44-35. But the Rockies did win yesterday, right? 9-8. Dodgers won the first game 5-0. So I mean, unless you got a lot of Rocky fans that are super confident today. Diamondbacks in first place, 48-34. Dodgers second place, 44-35. Giants 45-36. Padres 37-44. Rockies 32-50. All right, well, we're at what, 4 minutes to go? Come on, baby. All right, here we go. I don't know about MLB Network, but I know with the Dodger broadcast through the links. Obviously, I just turned that on and I refreshed it and it's going. So I'll turn it up for you guys. All right, I got the Dodger broadcast going. All right, let's go. Yeah. So again, this should be on hopefully MLB Network, but for the time being, I got the Dodger broadcast through Spectrum. So if anyone needs the proper opportunity to be able to watch this game, you can always message me on like Twitter or Instagram, unless you have MLB Network or if you know what link to go to. All right, we got to wait. That's our little music there. But I'm hoping that they'll flip it. So it looks like we're going to be getting started very, very close. All right, baby. Been waiting for an hour and a half for this game to start, but honestly, I'll wait as long as I have to wait. As long as I can end up doing a game each day, it's very therapeutic for me. So, and obviously, when it's your full time job, it's it's your lifeline. Can't take days off. So we got Jonah Heim, Otani, Yandy Diaz, Seager, Corbin Carroll made it as an all-star starter like Julio did last year. Acuna, Betts, Arcia, Arraez, yeah. Nolan Arenado, Freeman, Murphy, Martinez. Lots of Dodgers, lots of Braves with just a Cardinal sprinkled in and Arraez. Yeah. All right, here we go. Chase Anderson. All right, good. So it looks like MLB Network is good to go. I don't even have to use the link, but if you need the link, I can get it to you. And if you have MLB Network, you should be good to go. So here we go, baby. Finally. Yeah, baby. Let's go. Finally. On the mound for the Rockies, Chase Anderson. Leading off for the Dodgers, shortstop, all-star Mookie Betts. Batting second in the first inning, first baseman Freddie Freeman. And batting third baseman Mad Max Muncy. Let's go. Oh, it's all good, Nilly, Philly. I like it when people, spamming the chat is one thing, but as long as it's in good nature and it's good people going back and forth, I don't care. I'd rather have people chatting than not chatting at all. First pitch, right down the middle. Mookie takes a strike. Come on, baby. 7:30, which will be what, 9:30 or 10:30, depending on where you're at. Takes another strike, 0-2 count. Mookie, 255 average, 20 homers, and 50 ribbies so far this season in 2020. 23. Pitch is high, good eye. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And at any point, if anyone, Mookie, back, foul. That would have been gone. But at any point, if anyone wants to look at anything stat-wise, if you want to be able to have it like that, just holler, and we can always move things around. Or at some point, if people want to be able to see more of like the strike zone and other information, I don't mind flipping to this at this point once in a while as well. 1-2 pitch. Mookie. Back. Off the wall. Go. Stand up double for Mookie Betts. Let's go. Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That was worth the fucking hour and a half wait. All right, $5. Let's get to a hundo. Next up, first baseman, Freddie Freeman. Top of the first, 0-0, runner at second. Pitch to Freeman, right in the zone for a strike. Let's go. 317 average, 14 homers in 2023 for Freddie Freeman. Pitches outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Mookie, he ain't Dookie. No, he's not. Hall of Famer. Freeman is better player than Mookie, I feel. Mookie, though, for his size, he's the best short player besides maybe like an Altuve, for a guy that, Mookie's better than Altuve, but you know what I mean? When Altuve is healthy, even though he's on the Astros and a lot of people don't like him, you can't really ignore the fact that when Altuve is healthy and he's not cheating, sometimes he's pretty good for being a short player. I'll leave it at that. I do prefer Mookie, but a lot of these shorter players don't have the pop in their bat like Mookie. That's what makes him special. Oh, it just hit Freddie in the ankle. There we go. Runners at first and second. Mookie, he ain't Dookie. Let's go. Mookie to second. Freddie to first. Got hit in the ankle. Next up, third baseman, Mad Max Muncy. Now, me too. It's kind of crazy, Sarah, how things are kind of coming along now, huh? Like if you go back and look how things were like last year with all like the OGs, and then obviously in 2023 and just the progression, it's like kind of feels good. I can put my creativity out there, and it's like I feel that we're really, coming with something that, it feels like it's going to be a good quality product, based off the visuals. And I think that a lot of people are going to like what they see. So. And then the old baseball cards is a nice touch. 1-0 count. Pitches outside. 2 balls, no strikes to Muncy. Mookie says. Come on, Muncy. And it's cool because you see progression almost in every stream. Not many streamers do that. It's like, they'll have a certain look, and then that's kind of it. Or maybe they'll update one thing like, a scoreboard or some other type of graphic or something. But it's like I'm always trying to be able to update things every day if I can. But it feels good to be able to have it at a point where I'm very satisfied. So I'm a Mariner fan through and through. That's the only team that I root for, but that is mine. But as far as like my dad has been a Dodger fan since the 50s. So that is a team that I follow and do games for to kind of pay homage, to my dad. But those are really the only 2 teams that I fully cover. But I can do any team in Major League Baseball. That's not a problem. But obviously I know the most about the Mariners and the Dodgers just based off, me and my dad. But I only have one favorite team in every sport. I don't have 2. All right, 3-2 pitch to Muncy. Chop foul. Come on, Mad Max. Yeah, but the progression feels really, really good. Now we just need to be rewarded, with the progression of the thumbs and the overall visuals. Like, hopefully, with all these improvements that we can finally, I think, get what we deserve, a fair shot, to be able to be noticed on YouTube from sport fans and wrestling fans. 3-2 pitch. Chop foul. Top of the first. We're knotted up at 0 with an hour-and-a-half delay with rain and sleet and just flooding and crazy shit. And they finally got it cleaned up, and we just got started here. Top of the first. Runners at first and second. 3-2 pitch. Got him! Muncy strikes out. Nice pitch by Chase Anderson. I'll still give you some love. Nice job. I see you. 4 punchies. Next up, DHing for Los Angeles, All-Star J.D. Martinez. Let's go, J.D. And I can always put the logo of like the Rockies or the Dodgers in the corner, based off you guys as well, if you guys want that in the corner or not. Everyone's got a little bit of a preference. I'm always, willing to adjust things on the fly, based on what you guys think looks good for you. This, it's covering up the baseball card, but, like I said, usually we'll have the logo at some point, and I use those with the photos, but we can also just leave it off as well. Yeah, don't trade Arenado or Walker or Goldschmidt. You got to keep the crew. Top of the first, we're knotted up at 0. Runners at first and second. 0-1 pitch. Popped up. Martinez. He can't see the ball. It drops. Unbelievable. Go, Mookie, go. Go, Mookie, go. Slides into home. 1-0. Dodgers. Yes, sir. Oh, baby. Martinez singled to center. Bet scored. Freeman to second. Let's go. 1-0. Dodgers. Nice job. Mookie running quick. It's like a pop-up to center field. He couldn't even see it, and Mookie took advantage. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, sir. Next up for the Dodgers, left fielder, David Peralta. So what do you think, Sarah? You like it with the logo in the corner or without? When I have the Rockies logo or the Dodger logo in the corner, you like it there in the corner, or you think it looks better without it, just with the baseball card showing? Megan's in the building with a 20. I appreciate you. $20 holla. Said, hey, fam, got some bad news regarding the thumb 12 weeks ago. Oh, it's broken. Oh, no. Splint for 6 weeks. I'm so sorry to hear that. I do appreciate you and your support. I hope you enjoy the new upgrades that I've made to the channel. I'm always trying to upgrade every day, and I appreciate you very, very much. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Get that thumb healed up as soon as possible. $20 holla. Bang, bang. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your support to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your generosity, and I hope you get healed up very quickly. Top of the first, 1-0 Dodgers. Runners at first and second. Peralta in the box. 262 average, 1 homer, 19 ribbies with an OPS of 640 in 2023. $25. Let's get to a hundo. Let's do it. What do you want to see for photos, Megan? You got anything specifically that you want to see? And how long do you have to be able to hang out? Are you busy? Are you going to be able to hang out for a little bit, or do you have to go so that way I know what I need to prep for photos? And doctors in 2 weeks to see if you need surgery. Ooh, I hope you don't. So if you need surgery, then what does that mean? So if you need surgery, then you're going to have to be healed up with like a cast or something, and then you're going to have to wear that for an extended amount of months. Hopefully that doesn't have to be the case. hopefully healed up before football season for your sake. Chop foul by Peralta. You're home for the rest of the afternoon. Oh, okay. Cool. Let me know what you want to see, and I got you. I appreciate you. And like I said, I just tried to figure out what would be best for the fans and whatnot. And we obviously did streams like with this, and I have no problem with it being like that. And then obviously going into like a nice little stat page now. And I figured this is the best look because it's big enough where people can see the scoreboard and you get the nice baseball cards or and everything at the top. I feel with this, if you have good eyes, then it's fine. But if your eyes are a little, can't see things too clearly, then it's just like something that you can cut to when you're in stream, but not as the primary screen. But I'm always willing to shift things around for anybody, whatever they want. So. Top of the first, 1-0 Dodgers, 2 away. Runner at first and second, Jason Hayward in the box. Let's go, Jason. Pins and a cast or splint. Oh, wow. 3 months. Oh, no problem. It looks cool, right? Like I said, I had the other one, and I've been going through many, options. So I thought, okay. So I had one, and let's take off the logo here. So this is obviously the 87 Topps, but then I was like, I need something that's a little bit more brighter and colorful to match, my field here at Coors Field. And then I was like, ooh, the older the cards, the better. So anything that you get from like the 50s and the 60s that has that look, I definitely like this one better than that one. I mean, but this is still another one that I'll use. But this one looks like it kind of fits better. It's more streamlined because the cards are more facing upwards and they're older. But this is definitely going to be the look for baseball, and I really love it. And I'm a very picky person, when it comes down to aesthetics and like visuals. I'm very, stingy, on things. Like, I always want to improve things for you guys. So, but I'll get you some hack for sure. I think everything looks like perfect now. Because remember when I had the backgrounds before, I was using like stuff like this, like stadium that I'm in, or like but it doesn't look good, right? It's like it doesn't. It's just like a picture on a picture. It doesn't look good, like a field on a field. I got to do better, and that's when I came up with the idea to do cards, and then one day leads to another day, and then you finally find the magic formula, and here we are. So. Yeah, I think also too, because I don't want to cover the card up, and I can click on the photo of the player and then add the logo later. But like I said, I think this look is more streamlined, and I totally agree. That's why I ask you guys. So yeah, no, but this looks, it looks better. Something to focus on, and it gives you that nostalgia feeling. And no one else has a layout like this, so I definitely try to be unique and different and give you my personality with the stream. All right, we're going to the bottom of the first inning. I'll get some pictures for you here in just a second. Leading off for the Rockies, left fielder Jurickson, throw it far, hit it far, Profar. Batting second, shortstop Ezekiel Tova. And batting third baseman Ryan McMahon. Let's go. Yeah, it just means I'm going to have to push more buttons and produce more, but that's fine. And then we got Emmett Sheehan on the mound, only I think is what they said his third start. Cool little leg kick that he's got there. I usually don't get photos that look like that from pitchers, but hopefully he does a good job. 2 starts, 1-0 record, 1.50 ERA, 7 Ks, 4 walks. So another pitcher the Dodgers have. It seems like the Dodgers have like unlimited pieces of talent. Pitches outside. 2 balls and 1 strike to Profar. And I'll start prepping some photos for you. And we'll get you some hacks. Yeah, but it is going to be kind of cool to be able to use this type of theme for each sport that I do. You know, football cards for football streams. And it might just be random football cards, but if I'm lucky, maybe I can find a collection of the team that's playing or the teams that are playing each other. But again, it has to have a certain look for it to look good. It can't just be anything. So popped up. Profar with a little single. I know Elliott's happy. That was a former Padre there. First hit for Profar. Little bloop single there. Single to right for Profar. Next up, shortstop, Ezekiel Tovar. And I got a couple here for you. I'll get a few more once we go to a commercial break. That's our guy. Coach of the year in the future someday. Yeah, it's crazy too. Like, you know, when I have these visions or I have like these ideas that come up either when I'm sleeping or, you know, or I'll just be like on a walk with Paisley and I'll have just like this moment of clarity on like how I can improve the channel, you know, and make it look awesome, not only in my standards, but, you know, for you guys too. And I'm always going to get your guys' feedback because I do this obviously for my legacy and my dreams and goals, but I want to make it as enjoyable for me and you guys as well. So. But this is like the first time in a long time where I'm like 100% satisfied with the thumb and the thumbnail process. And I have no complaints. You know, like I said, if I could have, you know, figured this out years ago, of course, that would have been great. But progression comes at different times, you know. And again, maybe it wasn't that time then. Double play. Oh, Mookie tried to go for a double, but couldn't make the throw to first. Got the force out at second, one away. Oh, you're okay. Like I said, we're always going to be here to be able to support and uplift, and even if it's just hanging out. That's why I feel some people that haven't been a part of the channel in a minute, you know, they should come through, regardless if you can donate or not. I mean, I know I can, you know, make things better. You might be at a 0, but by the time you leave the stream, maybe I can improve your mood to like a 1 or a 2. It's not going to be a 10, you know what I mean? But if we can get you from a 0 to a 1 to 5, a little bit better, that's a start, you know? No, and like I said, we have kind of an extended family with the Fanatic family, and you know we have certain people that are here pretty often, and I do enjoy the company. We have a very good group, so. And it doesn't matter if you're into the, you know, particular event that I'm doing. It really doesn't. You can still come in here and we can have conversations about other things than baseball and have a great time. It's not like we're obligated to talk baseball 24/7 on a baseball stream. Oh, nice little single there. Uh-oh. Rockies on first and third. Yeah. And like I said, you know, sometimes, you know, you just have to be able to figure things out. And, you know, I'm always going to be hungry. I'm never going to quit. I'm always going to, you know, try to give you a piece of my personality on every stream. But it just feels good that I think that this particular look is going to be a win-win across the board. You know, for not only our OG fans that haven't been here in a long time, I think they're going to be shocked to see where things have gone. And I think for newbies, you know, if they've never, you know, been a part of this channel or, you know, heard of us before. But I mean, hell, if you go to YouTube and look up any sport or wrestling event, I mean, I've got a lot of videos out there. I mean, I don't even know exactly. I mean, what are we sitting at? Over 1,700. It's quite a few. It's almost amazing, you know, that I've done that. But again, you know, it's like when you have dreams and goals, you got to keep going even when times are tough. Got to believe in yourself, and you got to surround yourself around great people. Diaz fouls it back. 1-1 count. 1-0 Dodgers. Bottom of the first. Runners on the corners on first and third. One away. Sheehan on the mound. Diaz in the box. Okay, yeah, I haven't looked at all either. I was busy trying to soak in as much time I have with Paisley before I have to move out. So, and I guess I could move out months from now. It's like 1 to 6 months type of thing. But you know, if you're living with an ex, and a lot of people do that, and then you just try to be able to move out, but some people get stuck, and they're just trying to be able to save up or survive and whatnot. But that's going to be the one thing that's going to be hard for me. Not necessarily the people in the house, but Paisley. But I'm still going to try to make visits and try to be able to see her, and walk her, and get her nails done and wash her and stuff at some point or another. I just don't know how she's going to be treated when I'm gone, and I'm really the main one. I'm like her person, so it's going to be very sad for her and for me, not being able to see her every day. So, which ultimately may lead me getting a puppy of my own. But then if I do that, and then someone comes to me wanting to give me Paisley, I might not be able to do 2 dogs at that point. So tagged up, and we got a tie game, 1-1. Yeah, but let me know. Sack fly there. Diaz sack fly to center. Tovar scored. Now we are 1-1. Next up, CJ Crone. Yeah, but I would like to know about the draft. I mean, of course, I'm not going to know any of the players. I'm not going to know anything, but that's okay. Even if I don't know anything, that doesn't mean I'm not interested. I will know. I will learn, either from you or just myself from reading and whatnot, or other Kraken fans. So next up for the Rockies, CJ Crone. Big swing and a miss, 2-1 count. Come on, Emmett. Let's go, baby. He's got some electric stuff. I mean, look at that leg kick. Two-one pitch. Pitch is outside. 3 balls, 1 strike. 1-1 game in the bottom of the first with 1 out. So I'm glad that at least we got some runs early. It's not like 0-0 all the way to the 8th inning. That would have been terrible. Wait like an hour and a half. Game's supposed to start at 5:40, starts at like 7:30, and then goes super late, and then it's like a boring game. So, safe at first and second. The Rockies are fighting. Dodges. There we go. Give you that info, copy and paste it, whatever you need to do. Give me some information. Ooh, 173. He's a little light. But I would assume if he's that light, obviously probably a pretty good skater. So it'll give some depth for the roster. And hopefully some of these guys can make impacts within the first 2-3 years when they come over. Bottom of the first, we're knotted up at 1. Runners at first and second, 2 away. In terms of being able to play second base, game 1, right field, game 2, moving in. Jones at the batter with 2 outs, 2 on. Jones in the batter's box. Takes a strike. Fourth series, Mookie Betts has played all 3 positions as a starter at that position. Of course. Next up for the Rockies, Nolan Jones. He's got a record saying he thinks he could play there every single day. Really? 0-1 pitch to Jones. He takes a strike. Swings and misses. 0-2 count. Come on, Emmett. This is hard to say. He's got to be the most athletic guy in the field. 100%. And there's nothing I've heard that he is a finished goaltender. Oh. Yeah, because we're not going to have Grew forever. You're going to have options. Oh, wow. That's good for under 18. Oh, yeah. No worries. I wouldn't. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. whatever's easiest for you. I wouldn't expect you with the injury and everything that you got going on. Just do what's ever comfortable for you. I appreciate it. I appreciate all that news, especially when I'm on board something. Struck him out. There we go. End of the first inning. We're knotted up at 1. Let's go. All right, let me try to get you a few more photos there. So we had, obviously, you wanted a little hack. So we got hack. Is there anything else that you want besides hack?
Never as powerful as we are when we come together. The strength of us, priceless. The majority of my patients with sensitivity, I see irritated gums and weak enamel. Sensodyne sensitivity gum and enamel relieves sensitivity, helps restore gum health and retarded.
And I appreciate anyone that decides to donate and support the dream. And then when that happens, I'll end up giving you whatever your favorite thing is, or whatever the thing is that you would want to cheer yourself up, or something that you really like. So I got you, Megan, with the 20. So we're going over some of our Kraken head coach with Dave Hackstow. Let's go. Hack. And some more hack.
Just about anything belongs in a burger, as long as it has Sargento 100% real natural cheese. Unlike pasteurized processed cheese food, which is only required to contain 51% cheese. That's why all these people only use this.
Sargento, we're real cheese people. Catch MLB Networks with Dish.
Appreciate you. Thank you for your support with the $20 dono. And I am excited to see what happens with the Kraken next year. And very successful season, and hopefully we can continue to get better and better, and we can end up making it hopefully to the Stanley Cup final at some point. All right, next up for the Dodgers in the top of the second inning, second baseman Miguel Vargas. Batting second this inning, center fielder James Outman. And batting third, catcher Austin Barnes. Vargas popped up. 1 away. Next up for the Dodgers, center fielder James Outman. The Cody Bellinger replacement. Absolutely.
Well, that switched when he was in AA in 2016. He played 67 games at first base. He said it changed everything for him because it forced him to start fielding.
Pitch right down the middle for a strike. Come on, James. 235 average, 9 homers, 35 ribbies in 2023 so far. Chop foul, behind the count, 0-2. All right, let me get some of this other information from the NHL draft. I was reading it here. So, when they do grades for the NFL draft, like A, B, C, D, F, what did they grade the Kraken draft? Like the quote unquote experts, that, go over the NHL draft process. Have they made grades? There's got to be someone that is, graded that has somewhat, some knowledge there, I would assume. Big swing and a miss. Got him.
There's no question in my mind that he should have won a gold glove and a platinum glove. And I love the fact that he plays defense with a chip on his shoulder. There's something to prove every single
Top of the second, we're knotted up at 1. Next up for the Dodgers, Austin Barnes catching today. Takes a strike looking.
It's a really good changeup by the way. Chase Anderson strikeout out.
Fourth strikeout.
Popped up. Foul territory. Oh, went right into the Rockies pad, into the dugout. Kind of got his stomach hit on the pad there, but I think he's okay. He did not catch it. Still count as 0-2.
I'm just joking with Giddy. You did a great job. The railing just got in the way.
Yeah, the railing gets in the way. I hate that. Yeah,
So close. What great camera work by Bo down there. He's all over it.
Right. Yeah, maybe not comparing it to what we did, but compared to the rest of the teams this year. You know what the quote unquote experts are saying, like how we did compared to other teams. Maybe not comparing to ourselves, but yeah, I know what you mean. All right, we're going to the bottom of the second. Still knotted up at 1. Glad that we got this game going after a fucking delay of like an hour and a half, 2 hours. So.
Right now at the July 4th sale, save $500 on Tempur-Breeze mattresses, plus get a $300 gift. Mattress Firm.
All right, due up for the Rockies as we go to the bottom of the second. Center fielder Randall Grichuk. Batting second this inning, first baseman Elehuris Montero. And batting third this inning, second baseman Harold Castro. And on the mound for the Dodgers, Emmett Sheehan. Just the game literally just started because we had a rain delay. It was supposed to be done. It was supposed to start at 5:40, but they had like a bunch of rain and hail. Then they had flooding in the Colorado dugout. So we literally just got started. Even though I've been streaming for 2 hours, we've only started the actual game. What was it? A half hour ago at 7:30 or 7:32. So this is going to be a long fucking stream. Like, I don't know. It's going to be I'm already 2 hours in, so it's probably going to be like a 5-hour stream when we're done. But I don't got to wake up early, so. And then tomorrow we got the Tampa Bay Rays versus the Mariners, which I will be recording around 6:30 or 7, and we're probably going to lose by 1 billion. But Bryce Miller is pitching, but McClanahan's like 11-1, so it's like probably going to be a ass whooping, but we'll see. And then we got Saturday, we got WWE pay-per-view in London. And that'll be fun. We'll do that. And then Sunday, we'll either do NASCAR or more baseball. So I want to be able to do more of the freestyle streams or other streams like NASCAR. But if the numbers aren't going to be good enough, then there's no point. Might as well just do games, regardless if it's Mariners, Dodgers, or anyone. That's just going to get better numbers if we do that. Plus, the presentation is going to look good too. So, oh, no worries. I appreciate anything that you've typed or copy and pasted that you let me know what's going on. Obviously, I did not watch really any of the NHL draft yesterday or today, so I've been a little busy, but I already know that we'll always have someone that is, in tune with that and will give us the info since we follow every sport here. Bottom of the second, we're knotted up at 1. Grichuk in the box, Sheehan on the mound, 2-1 count. And at least we have a competitive matchup when we have a delay of rain or sleet, for an hour and a half. I mean, if this was a 0-0 game into the 8th, it would have been terrible. So I'm really happy that we got runs early. So at least it keeps the interest peaked. So.
It was pretty good. So I think Clayton probably had a little conversation with him about, the good news is you're a fastball dominant pitcher. You got to just.
And this is for the Kraken, right? Ah, okay. Popped up to Jason Hayward. 1 away. Next up for the Rockies, first baseman Elehuris Montero.
About an hour and a half before the actual start time, he was in full uni, he had spikes on, he was checking it out, and it was not up to his liking. But it got
6'2", 193, okay. Chop foul.
on the hop. Oh, it disappeared into the ceiling. We got to get a shot of that one.
Oh, man, there's a thumbs down. So there's the shot.
Hayward.
Thumbs down.
Bottom of the second, we're knotted up at 1. Sheehan on the mound. 0-1 pitch. Drilled foul. Behind in the count, 0-2. Nice. I just can't wait till we get back to the fall because then we'll have NFL, college football. Wrestling is still in full swing, 365 all year round. Then you'll get NBA, college hoops, NHL, everything. Baseball will be getting wrapped up in October baseball for the playoffs and the World Series and whatnot. So obviously it's the best time of year is once we, get into, August and beyond or September and beyond. So especially when college football starts a little bit before the NFL. Then you know you're rocking and rolling. But also, too, before that, you have to be able to enjoy things like Shark Week, and usually when we get into Shark Week or Shark Fest, then we're getting closer, to like, the All-Star Game, Shark Fest, Shark Week. They have, Discovery Channel and a few other channels that do it. One does it for a week, Shark Week, where Jason Momoa is hosting, which will be very cool, Aquaman. And then you have Shark Fest, which is like all month long, I think like on Nat Geo or some of the others. I watch it every year, so that kind of keeps me going until we actually get into football. Big swing and a miss. Got him. There we go.
And suit up this season at MLBshop.com. Check out the largest selection of authentic caps, t-shirts, collectibles, and more. Gear up with your Colorado Rockies at MLBshop.com.
Next up for the Rockies, second baseman Harold Castro. Chop foul.
So are the first couple innings with a young pitcher you've never seen in person a fact-finding mission?
Typically, yes. But the good thing is Sheehan loves his fastball, throwing it 65% of the time. So you can be aggressive if you want to be.
Chop foul again by Castro, 0-2 count. How many picks did the Kraken have total? How many did we have total?
Fastball, typically high spin rate, carries at the top of the zone, likes to pitch at the top of the zone. You don't always see a lot
Denmark-born center.
He's got some really
Oscar Fisker, Molgod.
As we mentioned, he hadn't given up a hit until today.
Sweden. Swedish. Got him. There we go. Nice strikeout there by Sheehan. Let's go, baby. Nice job. Nice job, Emmett. End of the second inning. We're just still knotted up at 1. Let's go, baby. All right, next up for the Dodgers in the top of the third inning, 1 for 1 with a run. Shortstop today, Mookie Betts. Batting second, 0 for 0, first baseman Freddie Freeman. And batting third, 0 for 1 with a K, third baseman Mad Max Muncy.
Taste is not an option. Taste is everything. 1800, the world's most awarded tequila. At the Home Depot, you'll find kitchen appliances to fit your needs, in-store and online. And with our guaranteed lowest price,
WHL, that's like my neck of the woods.
will fit your budget too. Save on select
That's like where the Portland Winterhawks, I believe, are still in it.
with Armor All stain repelling technology. It's easy to everyday proof your car.
Oh, okay. Hi, Paisley.
How tough the job is. Armor All
Hi, I missed you.
less work, more clean.
I have a surprise for you.
I have a surprise for you.
Yeah, I just don't know how I'm gonna be able to do my my normal routine, with Paisley every morning and everything. Being able to, feed her and go for a walk, go visit the river, because the place that I'm going to doesn't have the same type of nature. It's more like a neighborhood type thing. So I don't know what I'm going to do, but at some point, even if I have to just like visit to go take her for a walk and then just leave and go home, it's just going to be very, very tough. It's going to be hard on me, but I think it's going to be really hard on Paisley. I don't think she's going to fully understand because, of course, I'm never going to abandon her. And if I had my choice, I would just take her with me and I would live with her for the rest of my life, and take care of her. But I imagine, if money is not accepted for me to purchase her, then I'm just going to have to wait until maybe they get fed up or she starts acting up too much for them since I'm not there. And then maybe I'll have a chance at that point to purchase, or they'll offer her to me, so I'll, but I don't know how long that'll be. I'm probably going to need to have, a dog, with me to keep my mental health at a good spot. And, but then if that does happen, I don't know if I can take care of 2 dogs. One is a lot. So, it is what it is. Top of the third. 1-2 pitch to Mookie inside, 2-2 count. T-Birds rule. Portland sucks.
It is, and it's typically more difficult for righties.
How I haven't watched any of like a lot of the WHL in a long time. So I mean, I would go to some Winterhawk games against Seattle so I could watch the fights and whatnot. But
He'll have a lot of his teammates there cheering him on. several Dodgers named as starters for the National League today. Here's the 3-2.
3-2 pitch to Mookie, right up the middle. There we go. Mookie going into second base, sliding head first. Safe. Nice job, Mookie. Nice job. Next up for the Dodgers, first baseman, Freddie Freeman. Nice double to left by Betts. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Megan. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Bandon is 1 tomorrow. Wow, it's crazy, huh? Paisley's going to be 2 in like August. So it's just crazy. And like I said, I've never spent more time, this close with a person or, a pet, but she's not even a pet. She's family to me. So just being able to see her interact, the way that she plays, the way that she walks, the way that she looks at me, it just, it's definitely a tough situation, when you end up having to, either have a breakup or someone has to move. And, if there's kids or pets involved, definitely tough. Pitch is low, but still called strike. 1-2 count to Freddie. Top of the third, we're knotted up at 1 in a competitive game with a rain delay for an hour and a half. 1-2 pitch from Anderson. Freeman pops up to center field. Good chick. He caught that one. Mookie tags up, sliding into third because he's fast. Safe. There we go. Good base running by Mookie Betts. Next up for the Dodgers, third baseman, Mad Max Muncy. And Mookie's in the All-Star game this year starting. Freddie is in the All-Star game starting. And JD Martinez is starting at DH. Yeah, having Corbin Carroll is a no-brainer, though. It's just like Julio, from last year. There's going to be someone that's showing out. Make sure you reward them, and that's good. 0 for 1 with a strikeout in the first. Season 187 average for Max Muncy. So usually boom or bust, a big home run or a strikeout or a pop-out. Popped up? Of course it is. Throw home. Mookie stays at third, 2 away. I love the All-Star game for baseball and the All-Star festivities, and it kind of kills me inside just because my finances, weren't really like they were last year, and I'm not able to go to the All-Star game. But I think Preston and Justin, both of my best friends that live here in Oregon, are going. So I think Preston is going probably with his woman, and I think Justin's going with his dad, unless his dad gets sick, and then I'll go. But, I'm still going to do the stream here, and I'll have a great time. Get to do the, obviously the home run derby, but it would have been really awesome to be able to, see them in person there. But I guess I'll have to wait another 20 years before it comes back. Hopefully I'm still alive by then when the All-Star game comes back in 2043 or whenever it is. Hopefully it's not 20 years apart like it was in 2001 now to 2023. JD Martinez takes a strike, 1-1 count. Top of the third, 1-1, Dodgers and Rockies. Runner at third, Mookie Betts. 2 outs, 1-1 count from Anderson. JD Martinez, the All-Star, 1 for 1. 1-1, chopped up right up the middle, baby. Yeah. Let's go. Nice little RBI single for JD Martinez. Let's go. There it is. There's a little graphic. Bloop. Single. Bet scored. 2-1. Dodgers. There we go.
David Peralta, the hitter.
We'll usually bring that so that way we can see the graphic. Next up for the Dodgers, David Peralta. Takes a ball, 2 balls, no strikes. 2-1 Dodgers, top of the third, runner at first, 2 away. Let's go, David.
David Peralta.
Anderson, 2-0 pitch. Big swing and a miss, 2-1 count. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Every All-Star game for baseball is fun. All the festivities that they got going on. Home Run Derby is super exciting. It's worth watching. It's exciting. It's like really the only exciting big thing. Like you could say the NBA All-Star game used to be, but again, they don't have the best dunkers. The three-point contest is a little lackluster. Skills competition isn't what it used to be. Normally, the NHL All-Star festivities and the All-Star game and the MLB are the best. The Pro Bowl is a joke. All-Star festivities on the NBA end have continuously gotten worse. And I did hear a lot of people didn't really like the format of the NHL last year, but normally they like it second best to the MLB. So, but Major League Baseball, they try. So that's why it ends up being the best, because they actually try every year. And that's what makes that All-Star game the most competitive and fun to watch. So I need to go get my Snapple. It's been in the freezer. I almost forgot about it. Top of the third, Dodgers 2, Rockies 1. 2 outs, runner at first. Peralta in the box. Anderson on the mound, 58 pitches in, 3-2 count. 3-2 pitch. Fouled back for Peralta. Count still stays 3-2. Come on, baby. Let's go.
I mean, the dugout alone, when you saw this, you're like, what is happening?
Well, it's funny. Once it all kind of stopped, the Rockies players started coming out, but they started coming out from behind.
Wow, look at that. So much sleet and ice and hail. Big swing and a miss. Got him. Let's go to the bottom of the third inning. All right, I'm going to go get my drink here real quick.
No matter where you're headed, with the right view, the right co-captains, and stunning American design and craftsmanship, you might not care if you ever get back.
Sorry, I'm just having an off day.
I'm having the best day. I slept so well on my new mattress. I went to Mattress Firm. Let me tell you, they have quality mattresses for any budget. Everything's so clear now. You had an off day because you need a creative outlet.
All right. We're going to the bottom of the third inning. 2 up for the Rockies. 1-for-1, left fielder Jurickson. Throw it far, hit it far, Profar. Batting second for Colorado, 0-for-1 with a run. Shortstop, Ezekiel Tova. And batting third, 1-for-1, third baseman, Ryan McMahon. Oh, my God, freezer Snapple is the best. Especially when you're, trying to cut back on alcohol and you have to find solutions, Gatorade, Powerade, Snapple. You got to find other options and whatnot. But I mean, breweries, wineries, dispensaries. I mean, everyone's got their kind of pick their poison here in Oregon. We're pretty laid back here. But I've never really been a big drinker, but I did get to a point where I was drinking almost every night during the stream. 2 to 6 beers or, sometimes more, but, it's not healthy. And, I'm trying to be a better person and get in better shape and whatnot. Plus, buying alcohol every day can get fucking expensive. Pitch is low. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bottom of the third, 2-1 Dodges. Let's go, baby. Come on, Emmett. 2-1 pitch right down the middle for a strike. Let's go. This guy's got a little bit of electric stuff. He's got 3 Ks already. ERA 1.93 and 3 or 4 starts, so not bad. Profar, hit it far, throw it far. Profar with another single. Nice job, Profar. Former Padre. I know Elliott misses him. Next up for the Rockies, shortstop Ezekiel Tova.
Martinez knocks him in both times. So we'll probably see Mac have another hit and Chrome knock him in, and it'll just follow the same script.
Bottom of the third, Dodgers 2, Rockies 1, runner at first. Bunt attempt popped up. Foul.
Diaz had the RBI in the first off a sacrifice fly, so Tovar did end up scoring.
Nilly Philly. 0-1 pitch. Chop towards first base. Profar goes to third. Runners on the corners with no outs. Uh-oh. Dodgers. It's getting interesting. I'm just really blessed that this isn't like an incredibly boring game because they have an hour and a half, 2-hour delay and then sit for fucking hours on end with the score being 0-0 would have been tough. Now, would I have done the stream still? Yeah. But no one wants to sit through 8 innings of being at 0-0 and then finally getting some action at the end. But baseball is such a wild sport. You know, you could be like Jamin from the Yankees last night and get a perfect game, no hitter, you know, and then the last start that he had before that, he gave up 10 runs to the Mariners. Like, what are the chances of that happening? And that's the first, you know, perfect game, you know, no hitter since fucking 2012 and Felix Hernandez on the Mariners. So it's been fucking 11 years. You know, sometimes baseball even, you know, fucking surprises the hell out of me too. 1-0 pitch. Pitch is high and outside. 2 balls, no strikes to McMahon. Wow. Tovar with a steal with no throw attempt. Great get off there for Tovar. Now they got runners in scoring position at second and third. Second and third, no outs. 2-1 Dodgers. Come on, baby. Let's go. Oh, Ohtani is just amazing. You know what the shitty thing is for me? Is that I didn't invest in like more rookie cards and graded cards. I should have. You know, I had a buddy and I told him about Ohtani and I told him and he invested. And I imagine he's probably really happy that I told him to, because that was early on when he was in like Japan and he was first coming over and he asked me like what I thought. And I didn't know he would be this good, but it definitely looked like he could be an Ichiro type of prospect, like a big name player. And he's exceeded expectations. So, but I wish I had some of those Shoheis, because I mean, if I could have picked up some for like 100 to 400 back then, now those ones are worth like, you know, 700, 800, 1,000, 1,500, and then they'll continue to go up as Shohei keeps dominating and continuing to be great. So big swing and a miss. Now it's a full count. But at least I got a couple Julios and I got that Aaron Judge rookie auto, you know, based on when he was on his 62 home run, you know, groundbreaking, record-breaking pace last year with the record. Pitch is on the corner. Got him. 2 away. Crazy changeup. Ryan McMahon can't believe it. Next up, catcher Elias Diaz. 0 for 0 with an RBI.
This situation, we obviously saw Diaz have a sac fly in his first at bat, so they need to find a way to score one of these runs.
The 4th strikeout for Sheehan ties a career
Pop foul by Diaz, 0-1 count.
So we saw that Murphy got elected to start by the fans at the All-Star game from Atlanta. I think Will Smith will be going from the Dodgers. I think Elias Diaz still has an opportunity to get there.
Popped up. Little bloop single. That'll score 1, maybe 2. Throw to home. Wow. 3-2 Rockies, just like that. Wow. And we'll see the graphic change there, and you'll see, damn it. Nice little bloop single there by Diaz. Damn it. Nice job. And you'll see the graphic change here in just a moment. Oh, man. Just when I thought the Dodgers were looking good, and then bing, bong, just like that. So anytime we end up having a scoring play, we'll minimize it, and so that way people can see either the fireworks for the home run on the graphic or what exactly happened there. Diaz singled to left, Profar scored, and Tovar scored. Unbelievable. 3-2 Rockies. Next up, CJ Cron. Damn. Just like that, huh? All right. Tomorrow will be Tampa Bay Rays and the Mariners will be starting probably like at I'll have to see what time the game starts, maybe 6:30 or 7, somewhere in there. And then we got the WWE pay-per-view on Saturday. So, all right. And then hopefully we'll get another person, one of the mods or one of the regulars, maybe like Matt or someone coming in, or Elliot, and then they'll have them take over. All right, $25. Let's get to a hundo, and I'll wait for one of them to come through. Brian's in the building. What's good? End of the third inning, 3-2 Rockies. Good comeback from them. Next up for the Dodgers, 0 for 1 with a K, right fielder Jason Hayward. Batting second, 0 for 1, second baseman Miguel Vargas. And batting third, 0 for 1 with a K, center fielder James Outman. Okay, no worries.
That's what I'm talking about. Order the Subway app today.
I started Folds of Honor to help the families of fallen veterans. Today, we celebrate over 44,000 scholarships given to those families.
Oh, Elliot's at the baseball game.
Elias Diaz coming through again. The Rockies lead 3-2, and this Rockies game break is presented to you by Steel. Let's go back to last night. It's the Yankees versus
Domingo.
What a special night it was for Domingo Herman.
Domingo Herman. Perfect game last night against the A's. 24th in MLB history. 4th for the Yankees.
That's a span of 3,969 days between.
Wow. Almost 4,000 days in between. That's nuts.
Definitely a night that those guys will never forget. And baseball fans around the world, man, we've been waiting a long time to see that happen.
Yeah, 11 years to see that happen. Nice. There we go. Hayward. Stand up double for Jason Hayward. Let's go. Nice job. Right out of the gates. Belt high for that fastball. Crushed it. Right out of the shortstop's hands. Castro had no chance. Next up, second baseman Miguel Vargas. 0 for 1.
Miguel Vargas, he saw one pitch and flew out to center field in his first at bat in the second, and he watches the first pitch before a strike from Chase Anderson. That was 107 miles an hour. Almost 108 miles.
Oh, nice. Pitches outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. That's awesome, Brian. Top of the 4th, 3-2 Rockies. No outs, runner at second, 1-1 count to Vargas. Anderson, 63 pitches in for Colorado. 1-1 pitch from Anderson. Pitches outside, 2 balls, 1 strike.
Everybody knows about the talk that he held. It's a Game 7 of the World Series.
Pitches high, 3 balls, 1 strike. Come on, Vargas. Top of the 4th, 3-2 Rockies. Competitive matchup after that rain delay. Pitches low, and he walked him. There we go. I'll take that. Yes, first walk. Chase Anderson, we'll take it. We'll take it. Next up, center fielder James Outman after that Vargas walk. Let's go, James. Oh, they're going to have a little combo with the pitcher here.
Yeah, back to what Kelsey was talking about with the perfect game, the 24th in the history of this game. 24 perfect games. You know what's interesting? My good friend Dallas Braden, who has one of those perfect games, was on the call.
Pick that name up.
He was on the call. That's cool, right?
That's incredible.
Because he had one with the A's, and he was obviously calling on the losing end, but pretty special when you think about being involved in that history. Of course, Domingo Germán comes with a bit of controversy. He's been suspended several times, including this year. He had the sticky stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting year for him, and obviously just 24 years old. I mean, when you're talking about the history of the Yankees, just the 4th perfect game in the history. The Davids, obviously, Don Loverson back in '56. This is one of those things, though, that can turn a season around. I know a lot of people have talked about the Yankees. They obviously don't have their superstar in Aaron Judge, but this is one of those things that can galvanize a team and really help them move forward.
We're talking about Don Larson, David Wells, David Cohn, right? That was 56, 98, 99.
Big swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike to James Outman. Top of the 4th, Rockies 3, Dodgers 2, runners at first and second. Anderson, 68 pitches in, 1-1 count. Outman 0 for 1. 1-1 pitch, popped up. Out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Outman.
He threw his curveball 51 times at 99 pitches. Wow. Yeah. He had it flying, though. He had 9 called strikes on it. I think he had like 12 swings and misses.
Popped up again. Out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes still.
How many New Yorkers called in sick today? Because that happened after midnight on the East Coast, clearly with them being in Oakland for the game. 70 pitches now.
1-2 pitch. Pitch is high. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Anderson. Top of the 4th, 3-2 Colorado. Come on, James. 2-2 pitch from Anderson. Popped up, foul again. In play. Into the Dodger dugout. Count still 2-2.
Chase Anderson, the struggles on the road at Atlanta, just 3 innings, 7 earned runs, real stand-up guy. We know that about him, his character, and was willing to take it right after the game. He wanted the media to come over.
Got 2 guys on with no outs. Let's go. Time to get back into the game.
And then, of course, here over the weekend on Saturday against Los Angeles, things did not go well. 9 earned runs for him off 10 hits in just 2 2/3 innings. So trying to bounce back.
2-2 pitch. Pitches outside. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Outman.
Just about a ball off right there for the changeup.
So another full count here coming for Anderson to James Outman.
Full count. 3-2 pitch. Walked him. Yes, sir. Base is loaded, baby. Here we go. We're coming back. And next up for the Dodgers with bases loaded and no outs, catcher Austin Barnes.
He's got the guy up that he wants. You got Austin Barnes, just over 100 on the season. He needs to execute a pitch here, get himself a double play because Mookie Betts is staying on deck with 2 doubles on the day.
Full count 5 times tonight. Austin Barnes watches one high.
He's starting to come out of his mechanics a little bit, working underneath the ball.
First pitch is high, 1 ball, no strikes. Top of the 4th, Rockies 3, Dodgers 2, bases loaded, no outs. Anderson, right down the middle, chop foul, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Really needs something he hasn't.
Come on, Austin, let's go, baby.
Ball. You got to try and kick something in the infield that maybe you can turn 2 on.
1-1 pitch. Check swing. Foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Come on, Barnes. Timeout from Barnes.
He's got options now with the 1-2 count. Obviously, he can use his fastball at the top of the zone, try and get a pop-up or a punch-out. You can try and use that slider cutter away, try and get that ground ball you mentioned. It really just comes down to execution.
1-2 pitch. Pitch is outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two pitch. Chop foul, staying alive. Count still stays 2-2. I mean, it's not like we're expecting any home runs or grand salamis here. You know, just get a nice RBI single will be plenty. Cool camera angle there that they just showed. 2-2 pitch from Anderson. Pitch is high. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Yesterday with Kyle, they just do not expand. They do not chase. They make you work within that strike zone. For Chase, he's going to have to execute a pitch.
Chop foul. Man, he's fighting. 8th pitch in the at-bat. Let's go. Shout out to all the people that are watching, as well as watching internationally in Japan, or if you're watching on Twitter. Can't comment or donate on the Twitter side, but check swing. Got him. Damn it. 1 away. But I appreciate everybody watching. Great slider away. Tried to check swing, but definitely went too far. Yeah, tries to hold up, but that momentum was. All right, next up is 2 for 2 with 2 runs. Mookie Betts. Let's go, Mookie. Come on, baby. Takes a strike. All-star Mookie Betts. Having a good game so far today. Oh, 1 pitch. Got him to chase, and he swung and missed. 0-2 count. Come on, Mookie. Oh, 2 pitch to Anderson. Pitch is low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Come on, baby.
That's designed to get that ground ball, to give himself an opportunity to get out of it. He does not have a ground ball yet on the day. He's got the 6 punch outs mixed with 4 flyouts.
This is only the 5th time that Mookie Betts has been in a bases loaded situation.
1-2 pitch. Oh, Mookie. Popped up, caught, tagged up from third. And we have a tie ball game. 3-3, baby. Let's go. Yes, sir. Little sack fly. I'll take it. 3-3, baby. Sacrifice fly to center. Hayward scored. Vargas the third. Next up for the Dodgers, first baseman, Freddie Freeman. Let's go, Freddie. Freddie, yes. Go, go, go. 4-3 Dodgers. Yes. Just like that. Yes, sir. Let's go. Nice job. My dad's happy. I mean, Mookie, Freddie, Will Smith, and JD Martinez have really been holding it down. Bloop, as you can see the graphic. There we go. Feem and single to center. Vargas scored. Outman to third. 4-3 Dodgers. Let's go. And now we get the pitching change. 2 outs, and there's still runners on the corners. So there goes Anderson. His day is done. All right, Anderson, 3.2 innings pitched, 6 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 walks, 6 Ks. All right.
Luxury that lets you feel infinitely you.
You want to be like the greats? First, believe you are. Greatness requires grit, not like that, like this. The greats aren't afraid to fail.
All right, new pitcher coming in. Peter Lambert. 5.64 ERA it shows. The next up for the Dodgers, 0 for 2 with a K, Mad Max Muncy.
When the craving strikes, go night mode and choose wisely. Choose Rockies Baconator.
Oh, the rain is coming down. Oh, that was earlier. I was going to say, if that's the weather now, they're going to shut it down. But that was all that sleet and that hail that came down earlier today and that flooded the Rockies dugout. That's why we had a delay of an hour. Actually, we had a delay of about 2 hours. We were supposed to start at 5:40 Pacific time, and we didn't start till 7:30. So, top of the fourth, 4-3 Dodgers. Runners at the corners. Muncy takes a strike on the corner inside. 0-1 count. Come on, Max. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go, Mad Max. 0-1 pitch. Muncy. Back to the wall. 1 scores. 2 score. Yes. 6-3 Dodgers. Yes, baby. Let's go. I mean, that would have been a home run in many different ballparks there. Muncy doubled the right. Freeman scored and Outman scored. There we go. 6-3 Dodgers. Yes, sir.
We've seen several hard hit balls tonight from the Los Angeles Dodgers. That was 107 off the bat.
Next up for LA, J.D. Martinez. Here we go. Two for two, two singles, two RBIs, batting .263, 18 homers, 53 ribbies in 2023. Pitches outside, 1 ball and 1 strike from Lambert. Nice job, Dodgers. Oh, my dad is happy.
Martinez has quickly become one of those names who is a Rockies killer. It just happens.
He's followed by another David Grohl.
1-1 pitch. Pitches inside, 2 balls, 1 strike.
Coming into the game, batting .421 here at Coors Field was J.D. Martinez.
Favorite Mariners team? I mean, we've only had a few good ones in like 30 years. So 95, 97, 95 slide, you know, obviously with Edgar Martinez and Griffey, 97, Griffey's MVP year, 2001. J.D. Martinez, back, gone! Let's go, J.D. Martinez with a dinger. 8-3 Dodgers. Let's go. Yeah, 95 or 2001. Last year's team was pretty special for us too, but it's really 95, 97, 2001, and then 2022. Nice little graphics there with the explosion of the fireworks. Nice job. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Martinez homer to right. Muncy scored. 8-3 Dodgers. Nice job, JD. Next up, left fielder David Peralta. And really, they've been banking on, you know, the top end of the lineup has saved the Dodgers because the back end hasn't been the greatest. But Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, and Will Smith and J.D. Martinez have really been holding it down. Muncy's really boom or bust. It's either a home run or a quick out. So, not even batting 200. Yeah, but that is a good question. I don't really know. I mean, like I said, we've had 4 teams, 3 that were really, really special. The 95, the 2001, and last year's team. Those were obviously the 3 most special teams to us. So, and I've been watching since the mid 80s. So, you know, some Mariner fans are, you know, bandwagon from last year, assuming that things were going to be so much better this year. But a lot of us, you know, we've gone through a lot of bad seasons. So, but we still ride or die for our teams. And even though we don't have a World Series, we still have some of the best players that have ever played coming through Seattle with Griffey, Randy Johnson, Ichiro, Edgar Martinez, and now Julio. Pitches inside. Little chop foul, 1-2 count. Top of the 4, 8-3 Dodgers, baby. We're opening it up.
Don't tell me I just started the whole entire thing. You know how quickly I get through movies or books or...
The 2001 team, yeah, probably. They were very, very good. I mean, plus, anytime you're winning 100, 105, 110, 115, you know, games out of 162, yeah. Definitely a little bit of heartbreak, but, you know, we know how the Yankees were back then, you know, like 96 to like 2000. You know, the Yankees were the real deal. Chopper. Throw to first. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Nice lead for the Dodgers, 8-3, baby. Let's go.
At the Home Depot, you'll find kitchen appliances to fit your needs, in-store and online. And with our guaranteed lowest prices, upgrading your kitchen with innovative features will fit your budget too. Save on select appliances like the Samsung Kitchen Package at the Home Depot.
All right, next up for the Rockies in the bottom of the 4th inning, 0 for 1 with a K, right fielder Nolan Jones. Batting second, 0 for 1, center fielder Rander Guchuk. And batting third in the bottom of the 4th, 0 for 1 with a K, first baseman Elehuris Montero.
Don't miss an all-star weekend moment. July 7th through 11th on MLB.
Yeah, I mean, if we would have kept him there, it could have been something. You know what I mean? Like, but a lot of Mariner fans, including myself, we don't associate A-Rod with like Randy Johnson and Griffey and Edgar and Ichiro and Julio. Obviously he decided to go for the money, and that was his choice. And if he ended up not doing PEDs or cheating, then that's fine. But it's always been a little bit about greed with him. It's not just about being an all-star, but trying to be the best in the world. And a lot of times these guys like Barry Bonds, you would have had an amazing legacy if you just didn't cheat, but a lot of those guys in the 80s and 90s cheated. I mean, that's just a reality. Either Balco or PEDs or steroids. So King Felix says, yeah, it's just wild that, it took 11 years, for the perfect game, to happen. And it's crazy that Herman, he gave up 10 runs to the Mariners. I think I called that game here on YouTube. And then all of a sudden, and it was funny because in the papers in New York, they slated for him to have this huge game, but they missed it by a game. But they thought that he was going to have a big game like that against the Mariners. And, he gave up 10 runs. And then the next start, he gets the perfect game. So I think he's the only player in baseball history to give up double-digit runs the previous start and then get a perfect game. And it's the first perfect game since King Felix in 2012, which is unbelievable. Bottom of the fourth, 8-3 Dodgers. Emmett still wheeling and dealing. Sheehan, baby. It's like they just keep getting pitcher after pitcher after pitcher. They got a good farm system. It seems like you always have these newbies that come up based off injuries, because we know the pitching staff for the Dodgers every year gets fucking annihilated with injuries. So there's going to be opportunities for rookies and guys that get called up from single A, double A, triple A in the farm system, or they'll make a trade for another pitcher and whatnot. But just seems like an unlimited supply of talent. And think about a lot of the other guys that they've had that they've given away. Like Yordan Alvarez was on the Dodgers. Can you imagine if Alvarez wasn't on the Astros and he was still on the Dodgers? What could have been? But, when you have an abundance of talent, sometimes you don't know who's going to pan out. So Jones grounded out to second, one away. Next up for the Rockies, Randall Grichuk. Sheehan, 63 pitches in. 1-0 pitch. Drifting out of play. There's a souvenir. Oh, nice catch by that kid. Nice. Dodger fan got a nice souvenir there. 1-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss. 1-2 count. Nice pitch by Sheehan. One-two pitch. Pitch is outside and low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dodgers in firm control. 8-3 Los Angeles. But that'll definitely happen when you fucking put up 6 runs in an inning. Being down 3-2 and then just going off. Right down the middle. Randall, nice hit. There we go. Grichuk. Grichuk with a single to center. Next up, first baseman Elehuris Montero. 0 for 1 with a K.
Starting to see a lot of these guys. You'll notice the glove Ezekiel Tovar is using. He started using a baby blue.
First pitch, chop foul. 0-1 count.
Which, as we know, his wife had their child.
Much better start, and obviously we'll see what happens at the end of the game. 5-0 win. Game 1, 9-8 loss yesterday.
To do with the success that's happening on the field. I appreciate that. They are just little babies and they're doing their part. Amen, girl. That is cute little babies. Cute little babies doing their part. With for Gritchick on first, it was 1 out.
0-1 pitch.
Lowry responds.
Sheehan
Here's the 0-1.
popped up.
It's gonna
Is it going to stay in play? Get it, Freddie.
scream in.
There we go. 2 away.
Two gone. I do think that the baby blue, Carolina blue, whatever you want to call it, looks pretty good.
Next up for the Rockies, second baseman Harold Castro.
It does look good.
As a Kentucky fan, I have a hard time calling it that color, but yes.
Pitch is high.
Harold Castro,
1 ball, no strikes.
he's trying to keep the inning going here at the bottom of the order. 2 gone. 70 pitches for the young Emmett Sheehan.
Ooh, almost hit him.
An interesting story.
Careful there, Emmett.
He was at Double A Tulsa. This is just the second player ever.
2 balls and no strikes.
His successful career with Tampa Bay and Los Angeles has ever called up from Double A. And in fact, he was called up to Triple A, but he never made a start there. They needed him at the big league level. So one of those unique major league call-up stories.
Wow, Sheehan getting called up from Double-A.
Crazy week for him.
2-0 pitch.
He looked to feel pretty good about
Big swing and a miss. 2-1 count.
how young he was, how inexperienced he was in terms of just 39 minor league games, 26 starts. You're feeling pretty good about going to Triple A.
You are. And excited to make that first start.
That's on the ground. And Freddie
Chop to first base.
himself.
There we go. End of the 4th inning. 8-3 Los Angeles.
That'll strand Gritchick, and we'll move to the 5th. 8-3 Dodgers.
Bro, you remember I ran the leaderboard last year, right? I've been doing some scouting off.
Castro grounded out to first. We're going to the top of the 5th inning.
I you a starting pitcher for an outfielder. What about your Juan Soto or Julio Rodriguez? Are you sure about that?
All right, we're going to the top of the 5th inning. 1 for 2 with a run and a K. Leading off for the Dodgers, right fielder Jason Hayward. Batting second this inning, 0 for 1 with a run with a base on ball. Second baseman Miguel Vargas. And batting third for Los Angeles, 0 for 1 with a run, base on ball with a K. Center fielder James Outman. Hi, Paisley.
This SAP broadcast is brought to you by the Laborers Union and the hardworking men and women in the Rocky Mountain region. Well, it turned out to be a very lovely evening here at 20th and Blake. A 1-hour, 50-minute delay to get the field ready after a hailstorm rolled through lower downtown. And then it was the rumbling of the Dodgers bats in the 4th inning. 6 runs scored. It's 8-3 here. Peter Lambert came in relief. He gave up 2-run homer to J.D. Martinez, and now he's going to face Jason Hayward, who fires off at the first pitch, and he's going to find extra bases. Bounces past Gritchick, and he's going to stop at second.
And his last double was first pitch as well. Aggressive early in counts. Fastball from Lambert. Middle. Last one was 107.7 miles per hour off the bat. Hopefully we'll find out what that one was. Guessing a similar number.
11th double for Jason Hayward on the season. Back-to-back at bats tonight. He has 2 here. And Miguel Vargas
Popped up.
territory.
One away.
Will make the out. So 1 gone here in the 5th.
103.4.
Top of the 5th, 8-3 Los Angeles with a runner at second.
So far, the Dodgers lineup has they brought their
Next up, James Outman. 0 for 1 with a walk in the 4th and a run.
Animal style.
You got Betts with a couple of them, Hayward with a couple of them.
James Outman.
Big swing and a miss. 0-1 count.
Walked in his last at bat. And for one with a strikeout earlier in the day. Evening, whichever you want to call it.
Go for it.
Pitches inside. 1-1 count. Let's go, James.
There were 5 yesterday with 3 punch outs. Yes, fired back.
There we go.
Hard contact today.
Nice contact. Let's go. Outman with a double. Runners at second and third with 1 out. Dodgers are starting to rip them apart. 8-3 Los Angeles. Let's go.
You get to see the fastball again. Outman just drives it right back through the box, knuckling as he goes past Peter Lambert.
Next up for LA, catcher Austin Barnes.
Plays a role in the throw home from Randall Grichuk. That's one where Hayward was never ever going to make the turn. So you got to make sure you hit your cutoff there.
Austin Barnes, a hitter now for the Dodgers. 2nd and 3rd, 1 out here in the 5th.
That's all four.
Pitch fouled back for Barnes.
This inning. I'd say they got some sort of report on Peter that likes to get ahead.
I know, Paisley. I'm almost done. Halfway through the game.
That was a slider. That was not.
I know. I'll get you a snack here in a second. Top of the 5th, 8-3 Los Angeles. Runners at second and third, 1 away. 0-1 pitch to Barnes. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Those were called yesterday, and Nick Mears going on the 15-day IL with an oblique is warming up. It's on the ground, charging for it. McMahon will head over to first, and with the stretch, Montero makes the
2
out.
away.
Well, now it's time for a message from your front range trading stores. Two on, and Mookie bets up for the 4th time today. 2 for 2 with 2 doubles. He also has a sacrifice.
Next up for the Dodgers, 2 for 2 with 2 runs and an RBI. 2 doubles, sac fly, 2 runs. Mookie Betts.
His last 24 games, he has 20
Top of the 5th, 8-3 Dodgers. Runners at second and third, 2 outs. 1-0 pitch to Mookie from Lambert. Good eye. Pitches outside and low. 2 balls, no strikes.
Funny thing though, is he's playing the outfield clearly, but he spent a lot of time in the infield this year too.
He has, obviously, he's listed primarily as a right fielder, but he can play just about anywhere on the field. I think he probably would pass on catching.
I would think so.
2-0 pitch to Mookie. Takes a strike looking. 2 balls and 1 strike.
2-1. Mookie Betts has over 900 appearances in right field, 890 starts. This is the first year in his career that he's been starting at shortstop.
2-1 pitch. Chop foul.
I just think the versatility.
2-2 count. Come on, Mookie.
Player that carries all those gloves, can play in the outfield, can play in the infield. But he plays in the outfield and infield in the same game sometimes.
Yeah, he's more than willing to move around.
Good game for Bet so far.
He knows it's best for the team sometimes when they match up late in games for him to move around.
2-2 pitch. Check swing. Did he go? Nope, he did not. Counts is full. 3-2 count. Let's go, Mookie. Come on, baby. Let's go. 3-2 pitch from Lambert to Mookie. Pitch is low. Walked him. Bases loaded for the Dodgers again. Next up, first baseman Freddie Freeman. Can't stand there.
In the series, Freddie's 4 for 10 with a couple RBI. I mentioned the aggressiveness of these Dodgers. This is one where you can't just give them a cookie.
Freeman, 334 hitter with runners in scoring position. That is the best batting average amongst active players. Betts is in the top 5 as well, who has had a patient appearance at the plate.
Chop foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. Career for runners in scoring position out of active players. Number 1 in Major League Baseball, Freddie Freeman with a 334. Seager, 328. Cabrera, 327. Charlie Blackmon and Mookie Betts, 324 with Andrew Benintendi. That's impressive.
He's progressing along and rejoin the club as soon after All-Star break as possible. How does he groom the beard with a broken hand?
I want to come up with some Chuck Norris joke because it just seems to be the right place. But
2-1 pitch. Good eye by Freddie. 3 balls, 1 strike. Top of the 5th, 8-3 Dodgers with bases loaded. This one's starting to get out of hand a little bit. And my pup is getting antsy. Usually when I do streams, it'll be about around that 3 hour to 4 hour range, maybe 3 hour to 30 minutes, sometimes even under 3 hours for some of these baseball games. Freddie with a nice bloop single, line drive single, scores 1, scores 2, sliding in head first, Outman, 10-3 Dodgers. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. What a line drive single to right. Hayward scored and Outman scored head first. Nice job. Oh, another pitching change. All right, I'm going to go get my dog some food and some snacks. All right, I'll be right back as we're waiting for the commercial break and the pitching change. All right, Paisley, let's go get a snack. Come on. Come on. Let's get a snack. You want a snack?
You've seen this, right? The Hyundai Tucson. There's magic in the journey.
You guys, we got to know.
I'm not America. You have the only place I truly trust is meine Key or mein Auto. Meine Key. Meine Key even has financing options, which lets me fix now and pay over time. These options even please Friedrich, or the 3 times Deutschland's most disagreeable man. I want to tickle him so bad. He loved it. I only trust meine Key with meine Key.
Sorry, I'm just having a rough day.
I'm having the best day. I slept so well on my new mattress. I went to Mattress Firm. Let me tell you, they have quality mattresses for any budget.
The right mattress matters.
We'll find yours. Mattress Firm. I started Folds of Honor to help the families of fallen veterans. Today, we celebrate over 44,000 scholarships given to those families. Service never stops, and neither will we.
Colorado Rockies baseball is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, Big Heart, and Low Fares. Look now at southwest.com. Well, you see the fog moving through the city. Lots of lightning and action today. The weather pattern has been quite interesting here in the month of June. Dodgers been on the attack of the Rockies here. Gavin Hollowell in relief for Colorado, his second appearance on the season. We saw him about 12 days ago, just got recalled yesterday in place of Nick Mears, who's on the injured list with an oblique.
And for Howell, it's a two-pitch mix, slider predominantly, mixed with both the two-seam and four-seam fastball.
3-0-1 to Max Muncy, gets him to swing 0-2. Well, Freddie Freeman chased Peter Lambert out of the game with the bases loaded. There have been 2 runs on a single with 2 outs. He's now 333.
All right, next up, Mad Max Muncy, 0-2 count. Another bloop single for Max. Another run scores. 11-3 Dodgers. Wow. Automatic.
A little too good of a pitch, 0-2 from Howell, slider, and it just spins.
Yeah, you can't leave that right in the zone for Muncy. He's going to rip you up.
The uppercut swing on the double off the ball. This one's a little top spinner.
Muncy singled to right. Betts scored Freeman to second. Getting crazy out of hand. 11-3. No problem. I totally understand 100%. No worries. I appreciate you just hopping in and supporting the brand. It means a lot, you know. Thank you so much. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $10 holla. Let me know what you want to see for photos, and I got you. I mean, sometimes when I do games, you know, there'll be a lot of people interacting. Sometimes people will be quiet. Sometimes people are just watching on Twitter. Sometimes people are watching, from a foreign country, or they're in like Japan or somewhere else. So, I mean, obviously I would love to be able to interact with more people that are watching, but sometimes people, you know, they don't want to necessarily chat, or maybe they just want to watch the stream, you know, but I do appreciate you. Paisley is getting a little antsy for me, but, you know, got to grind it out. Hit right back to the pitcher. And now we're going to the bottom of the 5th inning with a big blowout. Dodgers 11, Rockies 3. I appreciate you. And I hope things go smoothly for you. And it's not, you know, best case scenario, not worst case with surgery and whatnot. Do you have anything specifically that you want to have me pull up for you? Let me know.
Let me get that bacon for 6 strips of bacon. Oh, there it is. When I say bacon, you say bacon. Let me get a 2 on the mega.
All right, leading off in the bottom of the 5th for the Rockies, 2 for 2 with a run. Jurickson, throw it far, hit it far, Profar. Batting second in the bottom of the 5th, 1 for 2 with 2 runs. Shortstop, Ezekiel Tova. And batting third, 1 for 2 with a K, third baseman, Ryan McMahon.
Whether it's the first time they put on a glove, had a catch, or took the first T-ball swing, every hero has an origin story.
Yeah.
The 2023 MLB Player Draft.
All right, well, I can throw up some Seahawks stuff for you. I mean, we are in NFL seasons approaching, so.
With their picks from baseball's top prospect. With the first pick of an MLB draft, watch live coverage from Lewis Field in Seattle, Washington, beginning Sunday, July 9th on MLB Network.
Weekdays on MLB Network. Lead up your day with MLB Central at 9 a.m. Eastern. At 11, get fired up with a Mad Dog on High Heat with Christopher Russo. At noon, think baseball with Brian Kenny on MLB Now. Weekdays on MLB Network. Heavy hitters step up to the plate on MLB Network's Friday Night Baseball.
Time now for a live in-game
I'll scoop you with a couple Pete's.
365. Over under on total hits given up by Sheehan, 8.5. It's an odd inning. He gives up 3 hits in each one of the odd innings. I'll take the over. This week, new customers can bet $1 and get $200 in bonus bets. Use code GOROCKS when you sign up with Bet.
I'll give you a little Pete, and I'll give you a Pete in USC as well. And then we'll get back to the game, and then I can throw up a couple more for you if you'd like. Appreciate you. Thank you for your support. Arguably the best head coach for college and NFL to have that kind of success. Non-scary pinhead to match your mood. I can do that during the commercial break. Bottom of the fifth, 11-3 Dodgers. You feel like fierce pinhead? I know Odin's son loves horror. Anytime I see anything horror-wise, I send it to him. I got one more real quick I'll squeeze in. I mean, the game is obviously a big blowout, you know. Little dribbler. Slow grounder to first, one away. I appreciate you. All about the pain, yeah. Well, hopefully it's not as bad as you think, so. I mean, especially when we get older, you know, it's like when you're younger and you're like under 40 or under 30, of course, everyone's bodies can handle a little bit more. But then once you get like over 40, you know, then, you know, you start to realize, you know, things are, you got to really put an effort to keep your body in shape, either by exercise or eating better. You know, otherwise, you know, just treating your body, not necessarily like a temple, but, you know, treating your body better than maybe you did when you were younger. I think everyone, you know, we get to that point. Because a lot of times if we eat like we used to or drink like we used to, then, you know, there's a lot of weight gain. So Face of Nightmares, yeah. I've never really been into horror stuff or like psychological thriller stuff, but, you know, I'll watch some stuff, but I think sometimes it's like not necessarily like scary, but it gets like too much psychological stuff. I think it's like almost like negative for the mental health. You know, it's like, even if you know it's just a story or whatnot, or maybe sometimes it's based off a true story, like exorcism type stuff or whatever. But I feel sometimes watching too many dark things in a row is like not good, especially, you know, if you don't have any mental health issues or anxiety or anything like that, then hell, anyone can watch anything horror or murder or a psychological thriller, or, you know, whether it's fake or real, based off a real true story or not. But I don't know. I just think with me, I think like I can watch like a couple shows or like a movie, but I can no way watch like, you know, a marathon over and over and over of, you know, stuff. It's just maybe a little bit too much for me. But I do like, you know, some of the psychological thriller type stuff. And sometimes when they end up doing specials, like the Jeffrey Dahmer, you know, when they ended up doing like certain specials and whatnot, yeah, obviously I'll be a little intrigued to see what they put together. 2-2 pitch. Bottom of the fifth, 11-3 Dodgers. Tovar in the box. The butterfly effect. Psychological stuff scares you more than slasher horror. Yeah. You ever, Megan, you ever watch Ghost Adventures on Discovery Channel? They've been doing it for like 25, 26, 27, 28 years. That stuff is like, it's not really like scary, but it definitely tells you and shows you like paranormal stuff and like spirits. That shit is real, you know? Because like they have those guys go to like prisons and places that there's been a lot of abuse or murder, and then they have all their high-tech equipment, you know, and like, you know, they do the EVP and you can hear like voices, through the EVP that hasn't been edited, when they ask it like certain questions, and you'll hear voices of men and women, depending on, what the situation was. And sometimes they're even speaking like words. Like it's not just like get out, it's like sometimes it's deeper than that. It's wild. But if you are looking for a show, something new to watch, I don't necessarily think it's going to be bad for you, but I watch that and I love it, and it's been going on quite a long time. And it's not like, something that's like fake or whatever. Like, these guys, go through like different situations. And, anytime, you can get people that are like, get jumpy. Oh, what was that? What was that? And then some people get skeptical, but you can't recreate like the EVP stuff. Like when they're talking to the spirits, they play it back, and then they hear a voice and you can hear what they're saying. Definitely crazy. Yeah, I would recommend watching it if that's something that interests you. Yeah. I think, like I said, and it's not like necessarily like apparitions all the time. Sometimes it's like these like orbs and stuff that you can see moving. Like you'll see an orb like go to one of the people that has a camera, and then all of a sudden they'll be acting weird, and then they'll get like a cold like burst of air, or they'll feel something touch them, and stuff like that. But even that, people will be skeptical or whatever. But the best part about it is the EVP, where you can actually hear the voices, like saying things, like my name's Jackie, and you can like hear it, and you're like, holy shit. Like, and sometimes it's, kind of an aggressive voice, of like a man, whoever, like the spirit that was there. But sometimes it's like wild, like where you'll get like 3 or 4 words, super creepy, but kind of cool at the same time. Yeah, but I was actually surprised it's been on for like 20 plus years. I've been watching it for a couple, and it's crazy because one of the guys that works maintenance here where I live looks like the host of the show. But a lot of the times when they do those ghost adventures, they're like the first ones to investigate.
Be sure to get to the gate early, as all fans will also receive a handheld flag.
Yeah, and it's not, and to me, it's like when you watch the show, you don't get like freaked out like you're gonna have nightmares. The way they present the show, there's kind of like, some oh my gosh or crazy moments, but it's more of like entertainment. It's like, fun to watch. I look forward to the episodes. So yeah. Yeah, I definitely, a lot of people don't really know, I think, exactly what happens, when we're not around, if there is like, a soul and a spirit. But it's kind of hard to explain the voices that are talking to the people, when they are having a conversation, because they obviously try to get, the spirits to interact. Pitches inside, 1 ball, 2 strikes, and they definitely go to places that are like haunted and, prisons and certain places that are maybe no longer open anymore, that have a lot of, drama and a lot of, pain and hurt. Oh, nice little bloop single there by Peralta. We're in the top of the 6th. 11-3, as you can see. Nice job by Peralta. Really? Wow. That's very chilling.
Sydney would have had that. She had a glove. Sure of it. No?
I mean, I'm sure she would. She's as good an athlete as she played.
She was great. We had her last year in Milwaukee. She came to the game. We got it.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not even just like the spirits that, are from someone that lived there or that died in the house or that building. Sometimes it's some like dark entity. There's some kind of, conjuring of something that we don't understand. And then you can see some stuff that like kind of happens, there as well. But you can definitely tell, some of the people that stayed at like these detention centers and places that are no longer open, they don't even want to go in. Like some of these people, you can tell like they they definitely are scared, and it's not like acting, like they definitely had some kind of like fucked up experience, and some of them don't even want to like go with the investigation with the people. They'll talk. Sometimes they'll go inside, but a lot of times they don't want to, a lot of memories start kind of flooding back. Popped up. 2 away. Yeah. But like I said, if you're looking for something that's not going to freak you out and it's not going to give you like, anxiety or depression, but just looking for, something to kind of, pass the time or something new to watch, I would recommend it. It is an interesting thing. I mean, for me, anything on Discovery, History, Nat Geo, National Geographic, or History, I spend a lot of time watching those 4 networks. So yeah. And like I said, I don't give bad recommendations. I'm going to give good stuff. And then another show, The Unexplained with William Shatner, so he goes over a lot of crazy things from the past, and that's a good one. And then they have another one that's hosted by Lawrence Fishburne, and that one is like mysteries, and that one is good too. So it's like, real life things, that have happened within the last either like 50 to 100 years with like the Lawrence Fishburne one, mysteries that are unsolved. And pretty prominent stuff, whether it's like prohibition or someone, that ended up getting murdered and they're, never found out really what happened or something of that nature. Right. And then they have The Unexplained, and that stuff kind of goes back to more, a few hundred years back to like way back, like pyramid stuff, alien stuff, or other things that have happened around the world. It's not Unsolved Mysteries. Yeah. It's Lawrence Fishburne, who was in The Matrix. The brother that wears the trench coat, not Neo. Yeah, he hosts a show, but it's not Unsolved Mysteries. Which that show scared a lot of kids growing up, including myself. That one, the tone of the music and his voice and the stories that were out there, that one definitely was a scary one. That one and 911. They had like a rescue 911 also back when I was a kid, back in the 80s, and that one kind of freaked out a lot of kids in that generation. Morpheus. Yeah. Yeah, but usually for me, like I said, if I'm not watching sports, I'll usually go to like old school cartoons or current, Simpsons, King of the Hill, or 80s cartoons that I watched when I was a kid, Transformers, G.I. Joe, Turtles. But then I usually typically like going to the History, Discovery. If you go to those 2 networks, you're going to find something. Nat Geo's great. 3-2 count. Right in between center field and right field. That's going to score 1. 12-3. Triple. Wow. They are roughing up the Rockies. My goodness. Yes. Robert Stack. A triple for Vargas. Nice job, Miguel. How many pitching changes are they going to go to? They already made 3. Next up, 1 for 2, 2 runs, base on ball, and a K. James Outman. Yeah, I feel like if you keep yourself busy and try to, get interested in many different types of things, there's less time to be sad or depressed or to think, and everyone, can be an overthinker, at times. And like sometimes you just need to be able to find, programs and things that you look forward to watching, kind of like football or the Kraken, even if it's not Kraken or Seahawks season. Top of the 6th, 12-3 Dodgers. Runner at third, 1 away. Old Seahawk games, nice. Vince Scully. Big swing and a miss. 0-1 count. There you go. And like I said, that's why with me, it's like the more that I read and watch film and keep myself busy grinding, it is what makes me happy. Like when I can't, interact with a lot of y'all and record and do my dream and being able to have kind of those mental health conversations with some of the GOATs, and some of the mods and stuff. It's good. I think a lot of us, that are regulars, we look forward to talking to each other. And, we've had some, people that we haven't seen too much in 2023 that I hope that we get a little bit of a spike as we go into football season. Because I get it. Not everyone likes baseball, basketball, hockey, or NASCAR, and a majority of the fan base is built off NFL, college football, and wrestling. So.
Keeping Vargas at third base, making a good strong throw. See him check Vargas at third there before he does that.
Outman grounded out to the shortstop. 2 away. Next up, 0 for 3 with a K, Austin Barnes. Pitches high, but in the zone for a strike. Come on, Austin.
The Dodgers will head on a plane to Kansas City that night getaway for them tonight. Rockies have experienced that a time or two in Los Angeles.
Pitches inside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
They've experienced it a time or two.
Rockies on their 3rd pitcher already.
Dodgers will get back after it tomorrow. With their youngster Bobby
I didn't know what to expect in this game, but I definitely didn't expect 12-3 and like a 2-hour delay. But, when I start something, I like to finish it, even if things don't go as planned. So. And once we can get the viewership up at some point, then I'll probably entertain freestyle streams again, or, gotta have to see what we get with the NASCAR, side of it too. Because, if I could get, more views just doing a freestyle or NASCAR, of course, I'll do what, what's going to be the best fit. But sometimes, just doing games are going to be, the better thing to do. All right, we're going to the bottom of the 6th since Barnes grounded out to 3rd. And hopefully this game will end pretty fast. Paisley's waiting on Dad. I don't know what she's going to do when I'm not here. It almost kind of breaks my heart a little bit thinking that, she's going to be like looking around for me and waiting for me to come back home. And I'm not going to come back. Like, I'll come back to visit, but I'm not going to be here. It's going to be very weird to see that transition. But all right, we're going to the bottom of the 6th, 1 for 1 with 3 RBIs. Leading off, catcher Elias Diaz. Batting second in the inning, 1 for 2, DHing for Colorado, CJ Cron. And batting third, 0 for 2 with a K, right fielder Nolan Jones. Yeah, because Paisley definitely has been a big part of like my mental health boost in the last 2 years. I've been in some very dark places, and I think a lot of us, like with the mods and a lot of the regulars, sometimes we've been really, really good, but sometimes things have been really, really tough. So, sometimes with relationships, things end, and, you got to be able to, to move out, or someone stays, someone goes, and you got to be able to, kind of not necessarily start over, you know what I mean, but just transition into the next, journey of whatever that may be. So. And I think the next situation for me is going to be less stressful, but I'm definitely going to be, missing Paisley tremendously. That's for sure. Just because I spend the most time with her, I'm like her person. So it's going to be very weird to see how the other 2 individuals take care of her. And they're definitely not going to take care of her the same way that I do, which is unfortunate, but I just got to pray that she gets, groomed and washed and walked properly. But I have my doubts. So, she deserves the best, Just sucks that I'm not going to be able to provide that for her, but who knows? Maybe one day she'll be living with me. So, all right, we got Yency Almonte in for the Dodgers. Finally, a pitching change. Pitches low in the zone, but not called a strike. 12-3 Dodgers, bottom of the 6th. Absolute blowout. Chop foul, 1-1 count.
career, of course, spent that time in Colorado, 2018 to 2021, part of that team that won a wild card game against the Cubs in 2018. So Yancey and his wife are expecting a baby, so big congratulations to them.
Big swing and a miss to Diaz. 1-2 count.
Diaz calling a timeout.
And obviously we know the Rockies have 0% chance coming back in this game. But again, when you start something, you finish it. Even though the stream was delayed for 2 hours. But then I started streaming a little bit earlier than that.
Well, you would think the catcher does.
Big swing and a miss. Got him. Nice pitch by Almonte. 1 away.
Swing and miss for strike 3. Well, some defensive changes for Los Angeles with the lopsided score right now. Dave Roberts got his all-star and Freddie Freeman out of the game. So Brendan Hernandez, he moves over to second. Vargas taking the spot at first base. I have a feeling we'll see a few more to come in this one.
Pitch right down the middle for a strike.
Takes the first pitch strike.
The Cairo, yeah.
Matt Carasetti's warming up for Colorado now.
Yeah, but I do appreciate you. Like you've seen, like how the channel was like, last year and then this year. And, you usually will see the same, people kind of coming through on a regular basis. And then you get the people that, sometimes they might be busy, with work or they're, doing other things or on other streams. And, you just want to make sure that you can build that core and get a lot of those people back together all in a stream together. But it's been a little difficult to do that this year. But I'm hoping, as we transition into football season, we'll get a nice little spike of newbies and OGs. And hopefully we'll have a nice, kind of little spurt of growth, I think now the thumbnails and the overall look of the channel is finally where it needs to be to do that too. So, yeah. And like I said, sometimes, with life, it's not necessarily what happens to you, right? It's how you react to it, and like I said, it can be something where it's natural to be pissed and angry, right? But you can't let that, hang around for days and weeks. It's natural to be, upset for like that day or, but you can't let it linger. Depending on how you react to it, that's going to, decide how your mood is going to be, tomorrow, the next day, next week, 2 weeks, so remember that too. I think all of us get to that point, and it doesn't mean that, certain people have anger issues or, they can't let go or they hold a grudge. All of us are guilty of certain things in life, but, definitely, if the news is bad, and obviously it's not necessarily great, but again, anything could be worse. And even if it ends up being worst case scenario, it's not the first time you've had an injury and came back from it. So, we know that. Yeah, there you go. Little wins. Sometimes you got to be able to find the little wins in life. Even with me, just, being able to take Paisley for a walk, to smell her fur and to be able to snuggle with her or watch a TV show with her and, play with her with, throw the ball or, tug of war with the rope, little things like that. I always try to appreciate the little things. And I think if you start appreciating the little things, then again, when you have bad things that happen, if you have the mentality, it could be worse, then, you're seeing life in a different perspective. But if you're going to, get to a point where everything gets you triggered and angry and it takes a long time to get over it, that's not good for your, mind and your soul and your long-term mental health, because you don't want to be on edge and, feeling a certain way and then getting into your own head, and thinking that it's worse and worse than it really is. And, just got to be able to control the emotions the best that we can. All right, we're going to the bottom of the 6th.
So lots of changes coming in this one. 12-3, Dodgers lead top of 7. We go, and Austin wins. Not doing the
Top of the 7th.
Rockies. We saw Elias Diaz take a couple of hard foul balls off his mask. But Black just saw an opportunity to get him out of the game. Austin wins against his former team. Miguel Rojas, the pinch hitter here for Mookie Betts.
All right, top of the 7th.
5 games for the Dodgers this year. So had a game for the San Francisco Giants. He's just collecting his NLS cards.
Who has played for all?
Ooh, do you know?
Well, I have a guess. I don't know.
Yeah. And sometimes you just got to know yourself, know what makes you tick, and you being able to improve on that. Because like I said, if you already know that things have, any little thing gets you negative feelings, then, you start going down a negative path, and obviously, there's a lot of good things to be able to, appreciate, There's plenty of time to sleep later, in life. We got to be able to live life the best that we can. So you just got to be able to help yourself in that route. So, yeah, and it's all about improving slowly, trying to be a better person than you were the day before, So if everything got you triggered, I can only imagine, how long it took you to get over things, even like little things. And I imagine things are still that way for you now, but probably you are able to process things a little bit better. So maybe instead of being pissed off for like a week on something, maybe it's 2 days, and then you can slowly simmer down a little bit, But I do wish the best for you and your injury. Hopefully it's as smooth as possible. But again, if it ends up being surgery, you'll get through it. It's not like you haven't been able to get through things like that or minor injuries or serious injuries like that in the past. And like I said, we got USC, Seahawks, and we got college football and NFL right around the corner. So, just got to find the little wins like with, Ollie and just, doing your blog and reading more about the Kraken and keeping up on the Seahawks, anything new with them, just keeping yourself busy. Top of the 7th, Dodgers 12, Rockies 3. Yanni Hernandez in. No problem. Anytime. I know. I think with me, just, I've been around a lot of like shady people, and suspect people in my life. And I've also been around a lot of good people. And, if I wasn't doing this or, doing video games on Twitch or, making beats with my buddy Brooks, I probably would have done like Boys and Girls Club or being a counselor or mentor, or a psychologist or therapist. You just have to be able to know different types of personalities. And, if you can have that empathy and sympathy, and not a lot of people can, be like that. Oh, and you also have to have a good aura and vibe for people to trust you to open up. But anytime anyone does that for me, it's a real big deal. So life is too short to be angry or mad or sad 24/7. So.
He had both balls in his hand. He switched them out. Max told the umpire that he thought he kept the same ball, so the umpire Alex McKay made him change it out again.
Well, that ball had a strike in it, so it worked for everyone.
Let's go, Muncie.
Just some gamesmanship. I know there's one other guy who played for at least 4 of the NLS teams. He's a broadcaster.
Pitch high in the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike. Oh, whoa. They gave him a strike there? 0-2 count. Whoa. Wasn't expecting that.
Same first name, though. Same team, too.
Big swing and a miss. Got him. 2 away. And JD Martinez is 3 for 4. We'll see if he still is the next one up or not.
So Gavin Hollowell with 2 strikeouts, and he hit Hernandez with a pitch. Runner on first. 2 down when we come back.
Guten Tag, this is mein Auto und this is meine key. Und for all auto repairs, I only trust one place in mine. Meine key.
Yeah, this game is just going on and on. I don't think it would have been as bad for me if I didn't start the stream. Like, it was supposed to start at 5:40, and I thought the game would start at maybe 6 or 6:30, but then they didn't even start it till 7:30. So, I mean, we're already sitting here almost 4 hours in, but again, if I would have started it at 7:30, then it would have been probably a 7:30 to 10 to 10:30 stream, but Elliot, my boy, I saw you on the. Did you go to a game today? You were on the train and you went to baseball game today? Dude, and you were up 4-0 when I messaged you and then lost 5-4. Like the Cardinals, the Mariners, the Padres, like I don't know, man. It just doesn't really look good for the three of our teams, does it? It's pretty rough. And the thing is, you have a lot of talent, and the pitching has been able to get pretty hot, but you haven't been able to get the bats to get alive. So what's good, bro? Missed you. Again, this game was supposed to start at 5:40, and it started at 7:30. And as me, an idiot, I started to stream at like 6. So I thought the game would start sooner, and then I was streamed for like an hour and a half, just waiting for the game to start. And then now we're already like 3 hours and 45 minutes in. So still got a couple more innings to go. 3-hour train ride into a 7-hour. Oh no. And you said there was like a tree or like debris on the tracks, and you guys paid for tickets. Like, were you just going to go to the one game and you got to the game in the 5th? Oh, I'm so sorry, bro. It's like at that point you need like a refund. What game did you go to? You went to the Cubs game? Is that the game that you went to? You went to the Phillies Cubs game, I assume? Oh, man. You didn't spend a lot of money on tickets, did you? You guys probably got like cheap tickets, right? Man, that's crazy, man. Half the game, that's tough.
He's done really well with the fastball forkball combination when he's getting ahead. When he's behind, he's got to throw the fastball predominantly. He struggles a little bit. You see DeLuca now in the game.
Top of the 7th, 12-3 Dodgers. Pitches outside. Sarah was in here earlier, but left, and I was just waiting to see if maybe you came through or Matt or something right there to see kind of where we were at. But this is kind of the new update. I mean, I update the channel every day, but I think I finally found like what suits me and I think the fans. Tickers there, HD photos are there. Now you got the ticker and the scoreboard, and then Dodgers get another RBI there. Wow, 13-3. And then we can always go to this to kind of look at the graphics, when they get home runs and, different RBIs as we get like a score change and whatnot. So we can always, do things like that. And then obviously I think this is the perfect camera angle, not too far, not too close. Boom. We want stats. I got you here. And then anytime if we want to go back to the old school look, we can. But, this one will get used for like little stats and things that pop up. And I wanted to be able to use the baseball card look too. Like I had another look that I used like yesterday with the 87 tops, which I'll still use. But then I like this one with the older cards and they're facing more straight. So it looks a little bit more streamlined with the background instead of using like stadiums, right side, left side. So we'll do cards. But again, I went through many photos of cards to try to find the right one. And I finally feel that this looks, and the thumbnail and then the actual stream looks exactly what I've always wanted. So concert tomorrow. Oh, nice. All day in Chicago. Yeah. Well, that's good. And then who did you go with? Did you go just with one friend, a couple friends? Who did you go with? You didn't go with Mick, did you? It's crazy that your friend is Mick and my dad's name is Pat or Patrick, but he goes like my last name is Mikulek, so everyone called him Mick, like M-I-K, and that's like pretty much anyone that knows my dad, that's what they would call him. You don't have too many people out there named either Mick for a first name or nickname Mick, but I guess we have you and me. So Wrigley is beautiful. When I went to visit Chicago for business a few years ago before COVID. I got to go to a Bulls game against the Warriors, and then I got to go outside of Wrigley and take pictures, but I didn't get to go inside for a game or see the Bears, but I did bar hop and whatnot. 5 of us. Oh, nice. Tell Mick I said what's good. Hopefully everything is going through his new job that he did, moving on from the the pizza to the other job that he was doing. More hands-on work. So you guys are you guys just did you guys get like a hotel or like an Airbnb or like some room and you guys are just staying there overnight? I'm telling you, man, doing those road trips with the bros, sometimes, you'll have unexpected stuff like that, but also too, it's memories. You'll never forget the 7-hour train ride ever again, like even though it was a kind of a shitty thing, but it'll be a funny thing that you guys can talk about down the road, because that's what it's about. It's always having these weird things happen when you hang out with the friends and going to games and things, Like I remember one time when me and Justin, Duffelbag Boys, we went up to the Mariner game, and as we were coming back, you have to pump your own gas in Washington, which you don't in Oregon, and we were running out of gas, right? And I'm at this fucking gas station in Washington, and the fucking gas station didn't have any gas. I'm like trying to pump it up. Then my buddy's trying to squeeze the nozzle, and I'm like, bro, I know what I'm doing, right? And then we're doing that. We're hella confused. We go inside, we tell them, and they're like, oh, I don't know, And then we find out the motherfuckers don't even have gas. And luckily, we go like across the street while we're putting, trying to get back to Oregon. And luckily, I was able to get gas at that next place. But it's always funny because whenever we pass that town, we always laugh and be like, remember that time when we went to go get gas and they didn't have any? It's like, and it wasn't like a ghetto gas station. It was a huge one. You know what I mean? So I was like, I don't understand why this like Shell or, it wasn't at Texaco because I don't even know if those are around anymore, but it wasn't like a ghetto, like around the corner, barely open, like one pump gas station. It was crazy. Like how the hell do you go to a gas station? There's no fucking gas. Get out of here. Airbnb. I figured you did. Yeah. Or a credit or debit card or something like that. So awesome. So you guys are just chilling right now in the Airbnb? You guys are just chilling, hanging out? Awesome, man. I'm jealous, man. If I was out there, I'd go with you. Top of the 7th, 14-3 Dodgers. What do you think about the background and everything as far as like the thumbs and how the presentation of everything looking? It looks pretty slick, don't you think? I mean, like I said, I'm always trying to improve, and it's like I'm always trying to add things, and sometimes I add things every day, like little subtle things or big things, and I think I finally found like the proper formula. So then when we do football games, I can do football cards, just making, or if I end up finding like a really dope NFL collage that's got a bunch of players and cool poses, and we can do that. But it really feels like it's the first time. It's like I remember like when I first started the channel, I predicted it would take me 10 years to go full time as long as I didn't quit, and I stayed dedicated. And maybe that would be the time. I had realistic expectations, knowing it would be tough. But honestly, like when I first started, like I had dreams that like my thumbs would look the way that they do now, and I also envisioned it looking something like this. Now, of course, if I could end up using my Johnny scoreboard, that would be preferred, over this other one. But for the time being, it works. It fits. It looks good. So, it's exciting, man. And I'm glad I got it all situated before football season. So hopefully this will help us. I do baseball. We'll get into NFL and college football as well. And then we got the Tampa Bay Rays are going to obliterate the Mariners tomorrow. So I'll stream tomorrow, around 6:30 or 7. McClanahan's pitching. He's like 11-1, but we got Bryce Miller, who's 5-3, but we might get obliterated by $1 billion. And then we got WWE pay-per-view on Saturday, which will be cool in London. So the fans are going to be crazy. And then we'll see what we got going on. But yeah, the freestyle streams just don't get enough people to come through them anymore. So I can't do those anymore until we grow the fan base. So it's going to be pretty much just live play-by-play, moving forward, for whatever sport that we do. So appreciate it, bro. This game's going on forever. Paisley's come in here like multiple times whining. Struck him at Vargas. A lot of the fans left. They're sprinkled in there. I mean, it's super late. 9:55 here, right? And then in most places, it's 11:55 or 12:55. Yeah, they're like, your boy's crazy, but I'm a grinder. Like at this point, you're just waiting for the game to end. Yeah, and that's what makes it nice too. Because, like I said, I mean, I have like NHL video games. Like I actually went through. I play my PlayStation 2 now, like on a regular. I had that old school bootleg Nintendo that had a bunch of like games, from back in the day and Japanese games and whatnot. But a lot of the stuff on Nintendo you can't save. So it's like you play it for a little bit and you have that nostalgia, and then you just play another game and then you move on. But at least with like the PlayStation 2, you can play PlayStation 1 games, and I have a bunch. Like that was like my era. I have like 20 games. Like I have this binder where I bought a shitload of DVDs and games, and at that time I had a really good job, and someone tried to steal the binder from me, and I got it back in a crazy story. But I had 50 DVDs at 20 a pop, so that's like $1,000. And then I had 20 games at 50 a piece. That was another 1,000. So my Case Logic was worth like $2,000. And then I had these guys that lived below me that broke into my house, stole it, copied all the things, and then I had a guess on who it was. And I went down there and I said, the cops came, right? I got your fingerprints, right? We already know it's you guys. So I was like, you got fucking 48 hours to return my shit, or you're going to fucking jail. And then I just went upstairs, and then I peeked at the peek hole, for, that time period to see in the middle of the night who would drop it off in the early morning and whatnot. And it was one of the guy's cousins that lived in Washington. They stole it. They burned all my DVDs and all my games, which is fine. But then I ended up, catching him in the peephole, and I didn't open the door. And then I got my binder back because I didn't have there was fingerprints on the thing, but I didn't have any evidence. I just pretty much sold them on the fact that the cops are there. I know you guys broke in. My roommate went to out of state, and that's why they did it, because normally my roommate was there and they wouldn't have done that. But since I worked at the True Green Chemlawn and that Fortune 500 job, you know what I mean? They knew my schedule and whatnot. And, and I played video games with some of these guys and stuff too. So I kind of knew, who might be shady and whatnot, but to be able to get it back, by just saying that, I mean, it was kind of a miracle. And I still have the binder to this day. And I have a lot of good movies in there, Superbad and all kinds of stuff. So, I mean, I would have been crushed because, I mean, back then, even now, I mean, that was $2,000 worth of entertainment of DVDs and games. And I still got like NFL Blitz from the PlayStation 1 that I play every couple days, NBA Live 98. And then I got, some of the newer stuff with the college football games. But I usually play Vice City. That's like my favorite Grand Theft Auto besides San Andreas. Like I just like to be able to cruise in the vehicles. I don't even have to do the missions. And then just cruise around in the different vehicles and listen to the radio, Wild Style or the K-Chat, and just mob around in the city and trying out different vehicles and whatnot. So, yeah, but I followed NHL really heavy when I was younger, but then I got to a point where I didn't have anyone to talk about it either. So I kind of quit watching NHL and NASCAR. I mean, I played the video games, but I didn't have anyone to really connect with it. And I didn't really have, favorites to keep things going for me, But like I really got into NASCAR when I had a boss, that was like talking about it like every day and how much he loved it. And he would actually go to the races and he'd bring me back like memorabilia. And then I was like, all right, I'm going to watch because this guy loves it so much. So we have something to talk about. And then it got me back into it at that point. And that was, 15 years ago or so. One away, 14-3 Dodgers. This game is going fucking forever. Yeah. And I appreciate, like I said, we may not be all on the same, fan page with Mariners, Kraken, and Seahawks, even though I follow the Seahawks very thoroughly here being in the Pacific Northwest and whatnot. But hey, 2 out of 3 ain't bad, right? Yes, but super hard. Just like Kung Fu. I play Contra, Super Contra, all the Metroid. Like you go through some of these games and you start to realize how hard the NES games were. And like I said, I had an Atari 2600. That was my first system, NES, then Sega. My friends had the Super Nintendo, then 64. And then I was the first one at my school to get a PlayStation. So definitely have those memories of the PS1 and the PS2. And I remember when I got the PS2, I waited at Electronic Fries for like 5 hours in the middle of the night. And there was like, they said they were going to give away, I think like 50 or like 20 to 50 PlayStation 2s on the debut. I think it was 20, right? And I got there hella early and I waited and I waited and I waited. I think it was 20 PlayStation 2s. There was 500 people in line, right? And literally, guess who was number 20? Me. I literally got the last one. Incredible. So obviously I bought Madden 2001, another sport game, extra controller, and then it was game over for 12 hours straight. So memories like that. So, oh, pizza's here. Oh, dude, nice. I got pizza today too. That's crazy. Oh, nice. Nice. Heck yeah, bro. That's crazy. You know what? I actually ordered pizza from my childhood pizza place that I got when I was a kid, Round Table. And they have this King Arthur Supreme that's got everything on it. It's so delicious. I usually only get it like once a year. And I was like, fuck it, I'm going to get it. And I think with the pizza and the delivery, it was like $37, which is like a shitload. But I was like, I want to be able to have that flavor that I had when I was a kid. And it was so worth it. Now, I'm more of a Blazer. I live in Oregon. So I'm more of a Blazers, Ducks, Mariners, so it's like I don't follow all of the Washington teams. I don't live in Washington. I live in Oregon, but we are Pacific Northwest. So, yeah. Chow down, brothers.
Do you like that that's on the schedule now, Corey? It gives players that off day that they can have.
Yeah,
bottom of the 7th. Can it just be the bottom of the 9th? God damn. Castro. And there we go. End of the 7th inning. Only 2 innings to go. We're going to the 8th. Yeah, we're really close. 14-3. I got to go check up on my puppy. All right, let me go check up on her real quick. I usually don't like to leave her unattended or not with a lot of love. Luis Fernando, my boy. I was about to check up on Paisley, but I saw that. Yo, what's good? Your boy's been working, dude. I've been working. I've been trying to upgrade things. My boy, how are you? $20 holla. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $20 holla from my boy, Luis Fernando. My boy. So, we normally had the streams, looking standard like this, right? And then, I would do, whatever. I'm doing the games, right? Dodgers, Rockies, switch it up. And then we got the photos of players, still the same, right? But I decided to go above and beyond, and I'm trying to like produce my own show and go super ham. So boom. Now we add a scoreboard and stat sheet. So that way, if we need to be able to go over stats in general, and I got the cool baseball cards in the background. And then the new look, to the channel where we got the cards and we got the scoreboard and additional information there. And then if we really want to break shit down, then we got this where I look like I'm an ad. And then, we can go through batting order, win probability, who won the games in the series, overall record. It takes a lot of work, but your boy's grinding it out, man. Appreciate you, Louise. You have anything that you want to see in general? I know you do. It could be a rapper like last time. If you want to see I know you love to flip shoes and whatnot, but if you got something in the hip hop scene that you want me to pull up, I can do that for you. And I appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, the grind is real. The grind is real. And finally, I got this all set up, and I've been improving the channel pretty much every day. I'm always looking at ways to add camera angles or other things to make it look nicer, better. And I think we finally found the perfect look as we move forward. And then like football season will come around and it'll look like this, but we'll have football cards and it'll look all smooth and slick like this too. Damn right. And like I said, a lot of people, they don't, and I know out of our friend group, there might not be a lot, there's a few in that friend group that have an insane amount of talent, but again, not a lot of people. It's you got to believe in yourself. Number one, you got to have good people around you, that support you too. And you just got to be able to never stop believing. And if you have natural talent, and you have the passion and the drive and the dedication, then as long as you just don't quit, you're going to make it, but again, it's a lot of times people quit because shit gets hard or, it doesn't end up being the result that people want, but I've always dedicated myself, to, be original, not copy anybody else, not spy on anyone else. I'm always going to be original. And I definitely feel anything that I do is an extension of who I am. If you really know me, like what I show you is a piece of who I am. So I do appreciate that. And it's cool because Louise and me used to work together, and we went to battle on the phone in sales. So it's like anytime you go to battle, and you're in the kind of AKA war room, and you're trying to you're trying to be able to hit commission, and you're going through the ups and the downs. And, we definitely had a very, very talented crew. And, not very many of my friends will let alone come in the stream and let alone donate, from ones that I used to work with in sales. And Louise is one of them. And that's why it makes it even extra special, because most people, are haters, or they just won't support, or even do anything above and beyond and donate. And I know that, it's a big thing, and it means a lot to me. Thank you. Appreciate you. Top of the 8th, 14-3. Been sitting in this chair fucking forever. Game was supposed to start at 5:40. I started the stream at 6 like a fucking idiot. Game started at 7:30. Now it's fucking 10:06, and people are watching me here on YouTube that they are at 12:06 or 1:06. So I guess it's not as bad as being on the East Coast and being 1:06 right now. Now 1:07, but hey, at least you got a nice little background, and your boy's here. I did phone sales for 20 years, roughly. So, most people said when I was in high school, you have the radio, TV voice. So I always knew that, going into, doing something with my voice was going to be my destiny, my legacy. But instead of selling cable, internet, and phone, or working for a big company, I'd rather do my dream and talk sports and wrestling and whatnot. So, but there's a lot of reading and film study that goes involved, and a lot of hard work too. So, nice little bloop single there from Rojas. Oh, a bunch. My first big opportunity that molded me to who I am is when I was 17, and I still was like a senior in high school. I worked for a Fortune 500 company, True Green, or True Green Chemlawn is what they were called back then, but then now they're called True Green, and they do lawn and tree and shrub care. And when I worked there, when I was 17, I got mentored by this brother that was from Nairobi, and he was the #1 salesman in the United States that worked at the Lake Oswego branch. That's about a half hour from my house. And they had one of the best sales crew out of 100 branches in the United States. There was 2 in each state, 50, here, boom, 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 boom. In the 50 states, there was 1 or 2. So out of 100 branches, we had the #1 guy. And of course, I listened to him because that's what, if you're smart, that's what smart people do. You don't look at his competition. You just try to learn and try to make things your own. And he definitely molded me to be who I am today. He was one of those people. Plus some of the others that I worked with. And almost every person that I worked with at that place is insanely successful. They got the house on the river, they're living really, really good. And me and Louise, we also had a really good crew too, where a lot of those people, either are successful or could be if they push themselves in the right direction. Big swing and a miss from Hernandez, 2-2 count. Oh yeah. I mean, like I said, for me, I just can talk to, any race, any age, and I had a pretty rough childhood growing up. So when people throw the F-bombs and they go all crazy, it's a natural reaction to say it back. But if you say it back, you get fired. So you have to be very mentally strong, but also you have to have a lot of patience, for phone sales. And when I would work with phone sales with Louise and other people, we normally would be calling the East Coast. So we're talking to people in New York and Boston, and they're some of the rudest people on planet Earth. So if you can't keep up with them, either being a fast talker or you have a good aura or pronunciation or good vibe, they're just going to fucking hang up on you. So unless you have swagger and you have the it, you're fucked. So a lot of times in phone sales, no, I don't think a lot of people know, but most companies outsource their phone sales from people that live in the Northwest, because we have chameleon voices and we can call anyone, people in Texas, people in New York. And that's why a lot of the jobs for the big companies that are over the phone are in Oregon and Washington, because there's a lot of talent there. Not that to say that there's not talent in the Midwest or the East Coast or the South, but if you have someone from the South calling or from the East Coast and you're calling the West Coast, they might hang up on you because they know you're not from there. So I think that's one thing that people don't realize, how much talent in sales, in person and face-to-face, but especially over the phone. The Pacific Northwest really runs a lot of the companies that are out there that are doing the big things. And like, what me and Louise did, we did cable, internet, and phone, but not for residential businesses. So, I mean, it was hard. It wasn't easy, because you're talking to owners of businesses, and some of them are, let's be honest, assholes, or they don't know anything about internet speed, or, and they don't know anything about anything, As long as the lights turn on and the internet works and the TV works, then, that's how some of them are, So you got to be able to know who you're talking to. That's facts. Yeah, Justin's like my best friend, bro. Like, not Preston, the DJ, but the other Preston. He's still one of my good buddies too, and I still see him, usually about once a month and whatnot. But me and Justin, are like really, really close. Like, I road trip with both of them, but me and Justin usually will go to like Seattle for our birthday, and we'll get a room and a high-end room, and we'll go to a couple games and go eat and whatnot. But he's like my road trip buddy, and when you see him drink and like smoke, he like opens up, and he's not as shy, as he was at work. You know what I mean? He definitely is super funny, and we're around the same age, and we grew up with the same video games and toys. And the main thing about Justin, he's such a genuine good person. Like literally, that's why I think I'm like best friends with him, because I kind of see a lot of myself, in qualities in him. And same thing, vice versa. Like we have a lot of the similar interests, but he's a guy that I never have to worry about, walking off or, doing something stupid or getting drunk and going to the strip club and leaving me. And like, we had people that when we used to work with that would be kind of like that. If we went out as a group and you're counting on someone and then all of a sudden they're faded and they're all like walking off somewhere, sometimes that gets annoying where you have to like babysit, or you don't know what's going to happen with some of the people in the friend group. But I appreciate you too, bro. Thank you, bro. I do. I love Justin too. Here, I'm going to get you a photo real quick.
Thanks, Jenny.
Yeah. I don't think it's just us. I don't think it's still sprinkling. How are y'all doing up there? Hey, we're doing good. We're dry. Yeah. We're undercover, so we do appreciate the efforts of you tonight. Everything.
Yeah, Justin is a real one.
Now, and all the towels that were meant to dry off the seats are now also wet. So is my rain jacket and my dignity.
Appreciate you, brother.
They're all not waterproof.
Bottom of the 8th, 14-3 Dodges. Thank you so much for your support. I'll get you some more stuff as you come through when you have more time. Appreciate you, man. Keep balling. Keep selling those cars. Keep staying positive, and thank you for believing in me. And, going the extra distance. It's one thing just to watch or like a video, but, when you get people that you used to work with, that you're friends with, that, are rooting for you to succeed and win like I do for him, it's rare. It's very, very rare and nowadays to see people support each other. So shout out to Louise. Okay, no problem. I appreciate you too. Thank you for the support. Like I honestly wouldn't even be streaming this still at this point. But again, this game started late. Got him at second, 2 away, but we are in the bottom of the 8th, so we will be done probably within hopefully 15 minutes, and then I can spend the rest of the night with Paisley. So, all right, I appreciate you, and I appreciate you.
He's not going to challenge, and that's the right call there.
That's such a tough read as a runner, because obviously if it falls, you don't want to get doubled off.
Talk soon. I hope you feel better. And remember, like I said, no matter what happens, it could always be worse. You get a flat tire, could have been 2, could have been 3, could have been all 4. Someone could have slashed all of them. You have that mentality in life, trust me, things will not be as bad. We'll still stress out and freak out about stuff. But if you have that type of mentality, car got flat tire, could always be worse. Same thing with you. So prayers up, and I hope you get better. And I'll talk to you soon. And I live my life that kind of, way too. Like when bad shit happens, I got a fucking flat. Well, or someone slashed my tire. Well, could have been 2 tires. So instead of having to pay, $200 for a tire, maybe you're paying $400, Paisley just ran by. End of the 8th, we're going to the top of the 9th.
The summer you gathered with a few friends, and later, a few hundred more. Make this the summer. Every adventure feels electric. Make this the summer of cheap.
During the
Jeep 4th of July sales event. Get 3,000
I'm almost done, Paisley. I know this is way long. Promise.
local dealer for an open air test drive.
Next up for the Dodgers, 2 for 5 with a run, 3 RBIs and 2 Ks. Third baseman Max Muncy. Batting second, 4 for 5. What is this? Ichiro? 2 runs and 4 RBIs. DH All-Star J.D. Martinez. And batting third, left fielder David Peralta. But then that will probably turn into DeLuca, I believe. So
Good morning, Baltimore. This week, the fireworks start early when the Twins and the Orioles blast off from Camden. MLB Sunday Leadoff, exclusively on Peacock.
Meaningful actions are not always big, but one by one, they can add up to something incredible. Because when you tap or order online with your MasterCard at restaurants and grocery stores, MasterCard will donate 1 more cent up to $5 million to stand up to cancer. As individuals, we are powerful, but never as powerful as we are when we come together. The strength of us, priceless.
As the Rockies bring you the biggest jackpots in town with the 50-50 raffle. Support charity or win big for yourself and play your way at Rockies5050.com. Get your tickets now, anytime, anywhere in the state of Colorado. The current jackpot is over $72,000. A winner will be drawn June 30th.
Well, for Rockies reliever to use tonight, it's going to be Matt Cook. His recent Rockies, his second appearance with Colorado, his first one. Well,
oh man, talk about a long stream.
His first major league appearance since last year with Seattle.
Popped up. Maybe it can just be a really quick 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. One away. Muncy with a pop-up. And he is out. Next up, DH J.D. Martinez, the All-Star, with All-Star numbers tonight, 4 for 5, 2 runs and 4 RBIs. Best DH in the league. He's up there. First pitch to J.D. on the corner for a strike. I imagine these umps are ready to go.
No, I don't want to see either.
0-1 pitch. Went around, 0-2 count.
Yes, that is it. Yinch is mine, if you need to know.
Man, it is way late there. Barely anybody there at the stadium. Pitch is low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Everyone's ready to eat and just relax. Top of the 9th, 14-3 Dodgers. I mean, I love the win, but man. Pitch is low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. I mean, at this point, just like end the game. Yeah, but if you are a fan, right, like let's say of the Dodgers and you don't get to see them that often because it's in Colorado and you live there, you could sneak down all the way to the front row and have a pretty crazy experience because a lot of the people are gone, you know, or you would probably have a good chance to get memorabilia because there's less people there. You just got to be able to take advantage. All right, 2 away. Next up, Johnny DeLuca.
Came off the bench as a pinch hitter in the 7th, and an RBI single.
1 for 1 with an RBI, Johnny DeLuca. Popped up. Foul. Hopefully the catcher's okay.
Right, the best example of the pitch thing that you guys are referring to, Joey Lucchese, right? Do you remember what he threw?
A sweeper?
No. He threw a chutter.
Oh, that's
But it never never got named that.
No. Yeah.
See?
There's another one in there if you add slider and
Top of the ninth, 14-3. What a close game. 2 outs. Game's going on forever. 0-1 pitch to DeLuca. Chopper foul, 0-2 count. We're in a good position for a strikeout or pop-up or something pretty simple here.
See, I named it.
looks like Austin Wentz is having some technical difficulties, by the way. Pitch count. Here's the 0-2.
DeLuca popped up. There we go. Let's go to the bottom of the ninth. Finally, we're getting towards the end of the game.
Last chances for the Rockies. Coming up down 14-3.
Yeah, they only need to get 11 runs in this bottom of the ninth. Easy.
You have the only place I truly trust with my key for my auto. Meineke. Meineke even has financing options, which lets me fix now and pay over time. These options even please Friedrich, more than 3 times Deutschland's most disagreeable man. I want to tickle him so bad. He loved it. I only trust Meineke with Meineke.
Can't do this. Luxury that lets you feel infinitely you.
You want to be like the greats? First, believe you are. Greatness requires grit, not like that, like this. The greats aren't afraid to fail. They're fueled by it. Trophies require greatness, but greatness doesn't require trophies. Because greatness isn't about what you've done, it's about what you do next.
Wendy's is open until midnight or later. So give into those cravings. Get that Baconator.
Give me one, oh, give me one Baconator.
Let me get that bait for 6 strips of bacon. Oh, there it is.
When I say bacon, you say bacon.
Woo! Let me get a toot on the mega. Okay. Now, what's
Dude.
Sorry.
When the craving strikes, go night mode and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Baconator.
Well, here's a look at the series problem.
Okay.
Tigers coming to town.
You know, a casual 4-hour and 21-minute stream. No biggie.
Saturday, Austin Gunn will be on the hill for the Rockies against Michael Lorenzen to start it off, and Austin wins.
Austin wins with a hit.
First at bat, and
Single for him. I mean, we just need 3 outs as quick as possible. Maybe we'll get a double play now.
Diaz got knocked around today after the foul balls.
little elevated cutter, gets in on the hands,
Nice single by Wins.
pulls him in, and drives that in left.
Bottom of the ninth, 14-3 Dodgers. Runner at first.
Yeah, I mean, they let you go. Anytime it's a you get let go scenario, trade, DFA.
10th hit on the season for him as a Rocky.
Big swing and a miss for Alfaro in the box. He's got the best hair on the team, that's for sure. 1 for 2 with 1 double for Jorge Alfaro. 0-1 pitch. Chopper. Double play. 1, 2. Yes. Yes. You'd rather have it closer to a 4-hour, 30-minute stream than 5-hour, unless it's like something planned. 2 away. Double play. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Yes, Alfaro grounded out into a double play. Third to second to first. Wins out at second. Bang, bang, bang. Last guy.
Of this series yesterday.
Nolan Jones.
3 times over the course of the last 3 days. Came off the bench in the first game.
First pitch for a ball. 0 for 3 for Nolan Jones.
Milestones for the Dodger. JD Martinez, his 300th career home run. Kershaw faced the minimum through 6.
1-0 pitch.
Game 1, game 2.
Right there to first.
Game 3.
And there we go. Finally. Wow, what a game. Well, for the people that are still watching on Twitter or YouTube, whether you're here in the United States, Japan, or somewhere else, I appreciate you. Shout out to everyone that donated Shout out to everyone that shared on Twitter, commented. I appreciate all you guys. And now I'll be able to spend some time with my Paisley pup. And then we'll be back at it tomorrow. And we got the Mariners and the Tampa Bay Rays. And I believe it'll be around 6:30 or 7 o'clock Pacific time is when I'll stream tomorrow. And then on Saturday, we're going to do the WWE pay-per-view that's in London. The crowd is going to be electric. So that'll be a hell of a lot of fun. And we'll be grinding it out. So I appreciate every single one of you guys. Thank you so much. And I got one question for you. Who you know talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Final score, Dodgers 14, Rockies 3, and I'm out. Gang.